Chapter 199. What do you mean, Celestial Emperor? Lone Moon asked. Chengu fell silent for a moment before answering. Do you remember when I transformed into Ningzi and was planted with a demonic seed? The few of them paused. They subconsciously looked at Xian Tong, who did not seem to notice anything. A moment later, Lone Moon replied, I remember. Does this have something to do with Xian Han? That's right. Chengu nodded. I only remembered it now. Before I discovered the demonic seed, I was invited by him to go to the void and subdue an ancient beast. He said that the beast was found at the eastern border of Yishui, in a land that was sealed in ice all year round. He tried everything he could to chase it into the void. To prevent it from escaping again, he invited me to subdue it. I thought that the border of Yishui was connected to Fengcang, so that the beast would not be seen by Fengcang immortals. So I agreed. Could it be that it was a demonic beast? Lone Moon was shocked. I've only just come to my senses. That strange beast's body is pitch black. Moreover, its speed was extremely fast, so fast that no one could sense its aura. I thought it was special at first, but now that I think about it, it must be because the void is a place with chaotic immortal and demonic chi. I didn't notice that it was actually demonic chi. His frown deepened. Not long after I subdued that demonic beast, I was ambushed and severely injured. That was when I discovered the demonic seed in my body. You mean Xian Han lured you there and planted the demonic seed in you? Lone Moon asked. Chengu was not sure. All these years, he could not find the person who ambushed him, so he thought that the demonic seed was planted by that person. But when he thought about it, the other party had used an immortal spell. How could a person without demonic chi plant a demonic seed? He was a celestial emperor. The only person who could hurt him was another celestial emperor. At first, he suspected Chu Xian. After all, among the 10 celestial emperors, only Chu Xian disliked him. Thinking of this, he subconsciously glanced at Lan Hua, feeling conflicted. But seeing how calm Shining and the others looked, he decided to put it aside. I don't care if it's true or not. But to be able to open the bite of 10,000 void, even if he isn't a demon, he should be extremely familiar with the demon race. Lan Hua continued, if he had been planning this since a long time ago, it would indeed be very difficult to find him. Everyone was put in a difficult position. Xian Han was too secretive. Who would have thought that as one of the 10 Sky Kings, he would be entangled with Bai Qiao? Moreover, they didn't even know what he wanted to do. What is the Void Land? Shining suddenly asked. Exalted Goddess, that's a broken boundary in the west of the Bo Sea. Little Encyclopedia Chu Xian glared at Chengu and immediately explained, that's the only piece of wilderness in the Bo Sea, but it's close to the westernmost side of the immortal realm. It said that it's connected to chaos. Therefore, there was not a single blade of grass or living things growing inside. It was a place filled with all kinds of obstacles, devils, and yin qi. Normally, no one from the immortal world would go to. Holy shit. He paused mid-sentence, his eyes widening. Xian Han, that rascal, didn't really go there, did he? The few people in the hall also reacted, and their faces were full of surprise. That was really possible. Lan Hua said that opening the bite of 10,000 void would require a large amount of demonic chi and would cause a phenomenon. In the entire immortal realm, the only place that would cause a large amount of demonic chi and a phenomenon at the same time would be the Void Land. Yes or no, send a message to the Emperor of the Bo Sea. Send someone to the vicinity of the Void Land and ask, Lone Moon suggested, looking at Chu Xian and Chengu. Chengu nodded, turned and walked out of the hall, conjured a seal and sent the message. Perhaps as Chu Xian said, Chengu was very popular among the 10 Sky Kings. In less than 2 days, he received a reply from the Emperor of the Boci. Surprisingly, there was no phenomenon in the Void Land. But the other party replied with an important piece of news. The Cloud Sea, which was connected to the Boci, happened to have a phenomenon in the past few days. The seawater even flowed into the nearby Yishui continent. Even the Emperor of the Cloud Sea, Ingji, was helpless. But because the Cloud Sea was filled with aquatic beasts and spirits, it usually did not interact with the immortals of the other continents. He was not sure what exactly had happened. Lone Moon was confused. Another Cloud Sea was involved. He had no choice but to give up on the idea of going to the Boci. Together with Chingu, who finally remembered that he had a disciple to save, and Boss Lan, the 5 of them turned and headed to the Cloud Sea. They could not be at ease until they got to the bottom of the matter with Xayan Han. Back in Yishui, they were the ones who ruined his plan to swap souls. They were now enemies with him. Given this person's cunning, he might be plotting something else to deal with them. Invincible's sect had already been dragged into this mess. Rather than waiting for death, they might as well take the initiative to attack. Chu Xian was guarding the sect. Nothing would go wrong. What's more, he had a feeling that things were not so simple. The few of them spent a few days flying to the Cloud Sea's territory. From afar, they could see a white waterfall falling from the sky. It looked like a ribbon hanging between heaven and earth. Water flowed endlessly into the Yunzhe continent below. It was the trio's first time here, so they subconsciously looked up at the sky above them, only to discover that the blue sky was constantly swaying with watery light. When they got closer, they could even see all kinds of spirit immortal beasts of various sizes swimming in the sky. No wonder it was called the Cloud Sea. It really was the sea that floated in the clouds. Wow! Shining could not help but exclaim at the sight before her. This water can't be, Before she could finish, I Ching and Loneman's expressions suddenly changed. They covered her mouth from left and right. Shut up. Please let the immortal citizens of the Cloud Sea go. Master, why don't you eat something first? Shining, Lanhua and Chingu, who did not know what was going on, Lone Moon glanced at the waterfall falling from the sky. That must be the so-called anomaly, right? The few of them flew over. Lanhua looked carefully at the waterfall in the sky and shook his head. There was no demonic chi here. Lone Moon's expression darkened. Then, he turned and flew towards the entrance of the Cloud Sea. It looked like they could only look for the celestial emperor of the Cloud Sea to have a chat. The entrance was not far. After flying for about 10 minutes, they saw the heavenly gate. Surprisingly, there were no immortals guarding the heavenly gate. There was only a huge stone tablet in the middle of the gate. On it, there was a row of eye-catching words written in bright red. Celestial Emperor's Edict, male immortals and dogs are not allowed to enter. Everyone, what did this mean? How did male immortals offend the Celestial Emperor? Why would he use such a stone to block the entrance? I almost forgot that Celestial Emperor Ingji of the Cloud Sea is a female emperor, Chingu suddenly said. Don't tell me, she got hurt like Bai Qiao. From her tone, it was obvious that she hated all men in the world. Then what should we do? Lan Hua frowned. Will she tell us anything about Xayan Han? There's an array on the stone tablet. I Ching pointed in front of them. Lone Moon, holy shit, it's the Silent Yang array. It can destroy all Yang Qi. How much does the Celestial Emperor hate men? Lan Hua, does that mean that only women can go in? I Ching, will the transformation technique work? Chingu, no. The transformation technique cannot hide the Yang Qi of a male immortal. Why don't we let Radish turn into a woman and go in? Anyway, he can be a man or a woman. We haven't decided yet. Pooey. I don't want to turn into a woman. Then what should we do? We can't possibly fight our way in, can we? We don't have any women here. Why don't we go in through the waterfall? Well. Shining, who had been silent for a long time, finally raised her hand. Have you all forgotten that I'm a woman too? The five of them, there was silence for 5 seconds. If you didn't mention it, we would have forgotten, Lone Moon said. Are you sure you look more like a woman than Radish? Shining. Son of AB*TCH. Chapter 200. Shining walked towards the stone tablet. There was a flash of light and she passed through it without encountering any obstacles. She held a yellow voice transmission talisman in her hand and a familiar voice sounded from it. Shining, can you hear me? Do you see the red array in front? Shining looked at the red light in front of her and nodded. Remembering that he could not see her, she replied, yes. Go straight into the array on the left. There will be an immortal stone in the middle. Lone Moon explained in a low voice. Do you see it? I see it. Very good. That's the switch to maintain the array. Remove the immortal stone first and turn off the array. Let us in. All right. We're here to ask about the situation, not to fight. Other than the immortal stone, don't touch anything else. Yes. Remember, it must be the array on the left. Don't go to the right. The array stone is there. If you take it, it will collapse. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a loud rumble. The stone tablet that was originally tightly blocking the heaven gate collapsed with a crash and shattered into pieces on the ground. Amidst the dust, they could faintly see a certain person holding an array stone in front of them. The 4 people and 1 Radish, Shining looked at the immortal stone in her hand. Is it off? Flip's table. Off your ass. The damn array was collapsing. Lone Moon was so angry that his liver was hurting. Do you feel uncomfortable if you don't destroy something? It's fine if you have no sense of direction, but you can't even F*King tell left and right. Isn't this the left? It was clearly the left hand, the hand that held the bowl. You're facing us now. Of course it's the left. I'm talking about the direction you came in from. Do you understand? You're blaming me. Who are you? How dare you trespass into Cloud Sea Heavenly Palace? A shout sounded. Dozens of immortals flew over from afar, each holding an immortal weapon. They surrounded the few of them in an instant. The strange thing was, they were all female immortals. The leading female immortal looked at the broken stone tablet on the ground. She frowned and glared at the few people at the door. Where did these arrogant people come from? How dare they destroy the Celestial Emperor's holy oracle stone? Capture them. With that said, she waved her hand. The surrounding immortals immediately stepped forward, ready to take action. Wait. Chenggu immediately took 2 steps forward and released the suppressive aura of a Celestial Emperor. He said, I am Chenggu. I have something important to discuss with Celestial Emperor Ingji. Fengcang's Emperor. The female immortal was shocked by his immortal aura and took a step back. Her expression changed as she scanned the group. The Cloud Sea has never interacted with other continents. Even the Emperor of Fengcang should not destroy our Imperial Edict Stone for no reason. This. Chenggu glanced at Shining, who was stuffing the array stone into Yi Qing's hand and munching on a fruit. His mouth twitched and he had no choice but to brace himself and explain, this is a misunderstanding. We saw that there was no one guarding the heavenly gate and could not find anyone to pass the message. That was why he wanted to undo the array formation and find an immortal to report to. I didn't expect to accidentally destroy this formation. The female immortal was unmoved. She looked at them warily and said, I don't care who you are. Our emperor has ordered that all male immortals are not allowed to enter the Cloud Sea Heavenly Palace. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. As she spoke, she waved her hand. The immortals around them closed in once again. Just as they were about to start fighting, a male voice suddenly sounded. Exalted Immortal Zhu Yun, what happened? The next moment, someone landed beside the female immortal. It was a male immortal dressed in blue. He wore a purple gold crown on his head and one hand was behind his back. Out of habit, his brows were slightly furrowed and he looked exceptionally stern. His entire body was surrounded by thick immortal qi. His face, in particular, looked somewhat familiar. Why is this solitary young array? He looked at the rubble on the ground and his eyes flashed with surprise. Subconsciously, he raised his head and said, "Isn't this Celestial Emperor Chengu? Why do you have the time to come?" Halfway through his words, he suddenly saw something. His eyes widened, and his solemn expression disappeared in an instant. His entire body seemed to be ignited with monstrous anger, and even his voice rose several octaves. Lan Hua. Boss Lan's expression changed as well. He took a step forward and said hesitantly, "Brother Yu, why are you here? You still have the cheek to come here." He was interrupted before he could finish speaking. The other party raised his hand and summoned his weapon. "I'm going to kill you, you bastard." With that said, he rushed toward Lan Hua in a flash. The two of them started fighting. Everyone was left dumbfounded. What was going on? Why were the two of them fighting all of a sudden? Celestial Emperor. Lone Moon could not help but look at Chengu. "May I know who this Celestial Emperor is?" "He's Celestial Emperor Lan Yu from Yunzhe," Chengu replied. "Oh." The other three people and one radish nodded in unison. So this was the younger brother who had tricked Lan Hua back then. But from the way he looked like he wanted to tear Boss Lan into pieces, it was obvious that there was more to this than met the eye. They could smell the stench of dog blood. "Chef, did you bring any melon seeds?" Shining asked. "Yes, master." "Do you want sunflower seeds, pumpkin seeds or watermelon seeds?" "How about all of them?" "Yes master, no problem master." Lone Moon, Chengu, speaking of which, wasn't Lan Hua supposed to be their teammate? Was it really okay to watch the show like this? The two Lan brothers fought for a few hours. No one knew who was giving in to who. The two of them seemed to be attacking each other fiercely, but none of them was defeated. It seemed like the battle was going to drag on indefinitely. Even Chengu had to explain clearly to the female immortal who was guarding the heavenly gate just now. Shining had already finished 3 bags of melon seeds, but the two of them were still fighting. Lone Moon looked at the sky and nudged the person beside him. "Shining, go and persuade them." "Ha." Shining hesitated. "Are you sure I should go?" She was about to get up. Lone Moon immediately thought of the destroyed heavenly gate. The corner of his mouth twitched. He pulled Shining back. "Forget it. I Ching, you go. Make them stop." Although the cheat was useful, he was afraid that it would not be able to be stopped. I Ching nodded and passed the melon seeds in his hand to Shining. In a flash, he joined the battle. In an instant, a rain of swords appeared in the sky. With an overwhelming force, the swords pounced on the two brothers who were already tired from fighting. "Sword Immortal. Who are you?" "Holy shit, I Ching, what are you doing?" Why was he fighting him as well? I Ching did not answer. Instead, he changed his hand and his sword moved even more fiercely. The sky full of swords immediately turned into a huge sword and directly slashed towards the two of them. The two of them who had been fighting for a few hours had no way of dodging it. Just as the sword was about to slash down, the blade suddenly turned and became the body of the sword, slapping towards the two of them. With a loud thud, the two of them were slapped down and smashed into the crowd. It was the kind where their faces hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The two of them, who had been fighting for a few hours without being injured, lost their immortal chi. In an instant, their faces were scratched by the gravel on the ground. I Ching landed back on the ground and said calmly, "All right, it stopped." Chen Gu, Lone Moon, everyone, Lone Moon frowned. This was a stop. This was a beating, wasn't it? Forget about Lan Yu, wasn't Lan Hua their teammate? It looked like he was hit harder than the other party. This guy was doing it on purpose, right? He just wanted to beat Lan Hua, right? Chapter 201. Lan Hua. Lan Yu sat up first. Although he had no energy left, he glared at the person in front of him. "You're still the same as before, despicable and shameless. You even found a helper. How am I despicable and shameless?" Lan Hua was also full of anger, but he was too tired to fight. The two of them could only argue. "Weren't you the one who caused me to become a demon? So what if I became a demon?" Lan Yu was even angrier. "Just based on what you did to me, you deserve to die 1,000 times over. I should not have let you off that year." "What did I do?" Lan Hua glared back. "You're my only brother. I taught you how to cultivate, protected you when you ascended, and even handed the entire Yunzhe continent to you. What did I do wrong?" "What? You still have the cheek to ask me?" He suddenly laughed coldly and struggled to get up. He looked like he wanted to bite Lone Moon. "Don't you know what you've done? Tell me. What exactly did you do? About Wen Qin, do you dare to say you didn't do it on purpose?" "Wen Qin?" Lan Hua hesitated. "Who's that?" "You bastard!" Lan Yu exploded. He rushed over, forgetting all immortal spells and sword techniques. He grabbed Lone Moon's neck. "You're still pretending. Are you even human?" The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He gave Chen Gu a look. The two of them stepped forward at the same time and pulled the two of them apart. They did not forget to stretch out their long legs to kick each other. A battle between two celestial emperors had turned into a quarrel between two shrews. Even the girls who were guarding the heavenly gate were stunned. Was this really an celestial emperor? "Let go of me!" Lan Hua shouted as he struggled. "I want to ask myself why I'm not human today. Let him tell me what's going on with Wen Qin. What did you do that was human?" Lan Yu retorted. "You still have the cheek to ask Wen Qin. She was supposed to be my Dao partner. How dare you say you don't know her?" "Dao partner?" Lan Hua was stunned. "When did you have a Dao partner? Haven't you always been alone? It's all because of you." Lan Yu was so angry that his eyes were red. "I've been with Wen Qin for 3,000 years, and we've been through so much. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have abandoned me during our dual cultivation ceremony. I only want to marry you. Every day, I would guard the place where you were in seclusion to express my longing for you." This time, Lan Hua was really stunned. His face was blank. There's such a thing. Recalling carefully, he remembered that there was a time when he was in seclusion. It was quite noisy outside every day, so he had no choice but to set up an isolation array formation. Could it be that the person outside was that Wen Qin? "I don't know about this. I don't even know Wen Qin." "All right. Just pretend that you didn't mean it." Lan Yu took a deep breath and asked again, "Then how do you explain Yunyu, Rishwang and Xiaozhen?" "Ha!" Lan Hua was even more confused. "Who? Them? You're still pretending. Yunyu is my cousin who grew up with me. Rishwang is my betrothed in the lower realm. Xiaojun is my junior sister. How dare you say you don't remember any of them? I really don't remember, shut up. I've given you a chance, but you've ruined my marriage over and over again. It would have been fine if you treated them sincerely, but you played around with their feelings. You coaxed them to leave me, and they gave their hearts to you, but you didn't marry them. You're a scum, a scum. Oh, everyone exclaimed. They instantly understood what was going on, and vaguely felt that Lan Yu was shrouded in a verdant grassland. They all turned to look at the culprit. Why are you looking at me? Lan Hua was so angry that he stomped his feet. I didn't do it. Ever since I came to the lower realm, I've been cultivating. If I'm not in seclusion, I'm training. I've never heard of the people he mentioned. I have no impression of them at all. Not to mention abandoning them. Ever since he was young, the only thing he was passionate about was cultivation. Why would he have any feelings? He had even less contact with women. The only girls he remembered, apart from his mother, were Good Heart and the girls from Invincible Sect. He really did not know who Lan Yu was talking about. What about Shuiji? Lan Yu continued to ask. Don't tell me you've forgotten about her too. Shuiji. That sea rabbit demon. Lan Hua was stunned. He nodded. He remembered. Isn't that your pet? What happened to her? Lan Yu especially treasured that little demon. He brought it with him all the way to the heavenly realm. When he became a demon, that little demon was already an exalted immortal. What happened? If you hadn't told it nonsense, she would have become like that. Become like what? You know that sea rabbits have no gender. They only choose their gender when they decide on a Tao companion. If you hadn't told it nonsense. Lan Yu gritted his teeth. She would have become a man. Wow! Did it have to be so exciting? The onlookers were all stunned. There was such a development. He was the most pitiful little brother in the world. Lan Hua was also surprised. He knew that Lan Yu liked that sea hare. He became a man, how can this be? He stopped mid-sentence as he suddenly remembered something. It seemed like a few thousand years ago, there was a person who asked him with an awkward expression, is it better to be a man or a woman? As a pure man, he naturally hesitated to choose a man. He was strong and resistant. How good would that be? Could it be that the person who asked him that question was a sea rabbit? His face instantly turned pale. Lan Yu was getting angrier. He had raised his wife for so long. But because of one sentence from him, she became a man. Every time he thought of this, he wanted to tear him to pieces. It had been like this since the lower realm. Once he fell in love with a girl, as soon as his brother came out of seclusion, the girl would immediately fall in love with someone else and dump him. Once or twice was fine, but every time, it was like this. You stole your wife time and time again. I'm already letting you off easy by just letting you become a demon. Brother you. Lan Hua was at a loss. I didn't know about this. Why would I think of her? Hey! Say something for me, I really didn't do anything. He quickly looked at the four people and the radish beside him. In an instant, the four people and the radish stepped back. Even Chenggu, who was holding on to Lan Yu, let go. They pretended not to know each other. You! Hey, hey, hey! Isn't this betrayal too obvious? Lan Yu, who had finally recovered some of his immortal power, took 2 steps forward. What else do you have to say? Lan Hua was speechless. The 4 people and the radish retreated a few more steps to avoid suspicion. They stood behind Lan Yu. Emperor Lan Yu, let's do it. I didn't see anything. I know what it feels like to be cheated. Go, don't stand on ceremony. Do you need a weapon? I have one. Do you want some melon seeds? You'll only have the energy to fight when you're full. Lan Hua, that's enough. Whose teammate was he? He was innocent. Apart from that sea rabbit demon, he hadn't spoken to anyone else. Ah Hua. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard. Her tone was so gentle that it penetrated into the bones. Lan Yu, who was about to attack, shuddered. Everyone, they could vaguely hear the green hat +1. Chapter 202. A strong floral fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Flower petals filled the air as a figure descended from the sky. Her hair was combed into a bun, with a gold and jade hairpin on her head. She held a peony chiffon fan in her hand and wore a moon-white silk dress embroidered with gold. She looked very graceful. He looked over with some excitement. Ah Hua, is that you? Her voice was as gentle as water, as if it was filled with indescribable emotions. Even her eyes were slightly watery. I knew it. I knew you were still alive. Ah Hua. With that, she walked over quickly, as if trying to grab his hand. Lan Hua immediately jumped away and dodged. What are you trying to do? He had not recovered from the shock of what Lan Yu had just told him. Now that he saw a woman, his heart jumped. He subconsciously stepped to the side and hid behind Shining. The female immortal faltered, her eyes filled with hurt. Ah Hua, do you still resent us for joining forces with the other celestial emperors to attack you? As she spoke, a teardrop fell. That pitiful look could move any man. But, you treated me that way back then. I was so angry. Hey, don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll hit you. Lan Hua became even more cautious. The female immortal was even more hurt. Blue and Green, on the other hand, snorted coldly. They looked like they were already used to it. Ah Hua, are you really not willing to forgive me? The female immortal cried even harder. All these years, I've always believed that you were still alive. I've always been waiting for you. As long as you come back, I can pretend that the past never happened. Hey, don't spout nonsense. What past? What past do we have? The female immortal stiffened. She looked at him in disbelief. Ah Hua, how could you do this to me? I did not dare to betray you back then, but this was because you betrayed me first. I've regretted it for thousands of years. I've even given you the most precious thing in my life. What most precious thing? Lan Hua looked confused. The female immortal cried even harder. I've even given you my first and only time. The crowd, oh, this is the gossip of this region. What first time? I didn't. Wait, why are you looking at me like that? He didn't do it at all. I'm warning you, don't think that just because you're a woman, I won't do it. I don't even know you. Who are you? The female immortal's body swayed, her face filled with grief. You don't even want to acknowledge me. Naturally, the onlookers looked at them as if they were looking at trash. Hoo, believe me, I really don't know her. Hua, don't call me that disgusting. Who the hell are you? In the past, it was clearly our first time, shut up. Who the F***ck had their first time with you? Stop slandering me. Lan Hua was about to explode. His face was flushed red, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, I never had my first time. I'm still a virgin. A virgin. Everyone, oh, I'm telling the truth. Thinking that they didn't believe him, Lan Hua became anxious. Believe me. I don't have a Dao companion, and my primordial yang hasn't even leaked out. I'm a virgin. I'm a virgin, all right. With that said, perhaps because he was being forced into a corner, or perhaps because of the radish's influence, he lifted the hem of his robe, looking like he was about to take off his pants to prove his innocence. His movements were too fast, and in order to make everyone believe him, he shouted every word. In an instant, the entire heavenly gate reverberated with his voice. I'm a virgin, a virgin, a virgin, the four people and the radish, Lan Yu, the female immortal, the immortals. Finally, it was Chen Gu who reacted first. He pressed down on Lan Hua's hand that was about to take off his pants and urged, Celestial Emperor Lan Hua. We believe you. We believe you, all right. Don't be rash, there's a group of female immortals standing here. Even the female immortal who had just appeared was stunned by his actions. Her mouth was agape for a long time. Cough. Well. Lone Moon also regained his composure. After all, he was the one who brought the boss here. He felt bad if he did not speak up for him. Fellow immortal, I wonder what happened between you and Lan Hua in the past. Can you explain it clearly? I don't know her. Just as he finished speaking, Lan Hua immediately added. He even glared at the female immortal. He looked like he would fight her to the death if she dared to speak nonsense again. Humph, you really don't recognize him. Lan Yu, who was standing at the side, tooted coldly. The disdain in his eyes deepened. He obviously knew who this female immortal was, but the strange thing was that when he looked at her, he did not look very happy. Instead, he looked a little stiff. Only a ghost would recognize her. Lan Yu's eyes turned even colder. He said with some satisfaction, he is Celestial Emperor Ingji of this cloud sea. Everyone was shocked. They were too engrossed in the gossip just now. Only now did they realize that this female immortal was really a Celestial Emperor. You should remember his other name. Lan Yu's lips curved into a smile. He said word by word, Shuiji. The four people and the radish, the immortals, Lan Hua, this information was a little too much. Wasn't Shuiji raised by Lan Yu? Didn't he make his sea rabid demon a cuckold? When did he become the Celestial Emperor of Cloud Sea? Nonsense. Lan Hua was also in disbelief. It's not like I haven't seen that sea rabid demon's human form before. You just said that he chose to become a male. Wait a minute. Before he finished speaking, his eyes widened as he looked at the female immortal in front of him. Come to think of it, this female immortal seemed a little too tall, and her body was a little too muscular. On her neck, there was a throat, an Adam's apple. This charming, gentle, and beautiful person who even had a special effect of fresh flowers on her entrance was a man. Lan Hua's face turned pale. His legs turned to jelly. He almost hugged the heavenly pillar beside him as he trembled. Celestial emperors are really scary. I want to go back to Invincible sect to refine pills. After Shuiji chooses his gender, he will naturally transform again. Lan Yu looked like he was watching a show as he explained, that day, he admired you, that's why he asked for your opinion. He spent so many years before he succeeded in brainwashing him into choosing to become a female. In the end, with one sentence, he changed him into a male. Yet for thousands of years, Ingji had already gotten used to the lifestyle of a female. There was no way he could change it. Ah Hua. Shuiji, no, Celestial Emperor Ingji was still looking at Lan Hua affectionately. We sea rabbits only have one chance to choose. This is really my first and only time. You have to believe me. So this was the first time he was talking about. Lan Hua's face darkened. He took a deep breath, braced himself and stepped forward. Sea rabbit. Shuiji. No. Celestial Emperor Ingji, I didn't make things clear to you back then. It was my fault. But I really didn't know what you meant. What's more, I've only met you less than 5 times, right? You almost killed me once. Why don't we call it even? We're all men anyway. I don't mind, but I mind. He looked like he had no regrets. Lan Hua felt an urge to vomit blood. He turned to Lone Moon and said, "Where's the bag you used to put radish in?" "What?" "Put me in it too, please." If this went on, he would be disgusted to death. Lone Moon, Iching, Shining. Chapter 203. The only female celestial emperor of the 10 celestial emperors had become a trap. The 4 of them and 1 radish all had strange expressions on their faces. Lan Hua was in a worse state. When he found out that the trap had other intentions for him, he almost broke down. Especially after being stared at by Yingji for 4 hours. It was as if her eyes were glued to him. Lan Yu seemed very happy to see this. He looked as if he was relieved to see that she was finally getting her comeuppance. From the moment they entered the heavenly gates, Lan Hua had been holding on to Radish the entire time. He followed Shining warily, as if he would lose his integrity if he slowed down. Celestial Emperor Enchanting. The few of them explained why they were here. Yingji, who had finally recovered from her daze, paused. "You're saying that he has something to do with demons?" "Humph. A living demon is sitting right here. There are other demons in the immortal realm. What's so strange about that?" Lan Yu snorted. He glared daggers at Lan Hua. Lan Hua's mouth twitched. He did not retort. "That's not why we're here." Chenggu frowned and explained worriedly, "If he could plant a demonic seed in me, he could naturally do the same to the other celestial emperors. He must have other plans. Moreover, no one knew who was behind him." "Then why are you here?" Yingji asked. "We heard that there was a strange phenomenon in the Cloud Sea," Lone Moon explained. "When Enchanting escaped, he used a spell that produced large amounts of demonic qi. It also caused a strange phenomenon. That's why we're here to investigate." As soon as he finished speaking, Yingji and Lan Yu were stunned. A strange expression flashed across their faces. "Then you've come for nothing," Lan Yu replied coldly. The strange phenomenon in the Cloud Sea was not caused by demonic qi. It wasn't. "You don't know." Yingji could not help but glance at Lan Hua. Lan Hua shuddered. He rubbed the goosebumps off his body and turned to hide behind them. Yingji looked away in disappointment. The strange phenomenon in the Cloud Sea was caused by the cloud beasts in the sea throwing a tantrum. What? What the hell? Throwing a tantrum meant poking a hole in the sky. Did the ancestors know that the Lan family was so childish? What are cloud beasts? Lone Moon asked. The cloud beast is the embodiment of the Cloud Sea. Yingji explained, as everyone can see, the Cloud Sea is different from the other continents. It is still an ocean floating in the sky. The reason why this place was like this was because of the presence of the cloud beasts in the sea. Every million years, the sea of clouds would give birth to sentience, and that would be the cloud beasts. Cloud beasts control all living beings in the sea. Even the immortals of the Cloud Sea depend on them to survive. So that's how it is. Everyone nodded. But that phenomenon. There was clearly a hole in the sea. Yingji's expression froze. Even Lan Yu looked away curiously. A moment later, Yingji said, "In the past, all cloud beasts born in the sea would form a contract with the Cloud Sea Celestial Emperor. He could also be considered the Celestial Thearchus contracted beast. But, when I became the Emperor, the cloud beasts hadn't been born yet. That's why cloud beasts are still young. They're only around 5,000 years old." He sighed, as if recalling something. He shook his head and continued, "In the past, cloud beasts would not easily leave the Cloud Sea. After all, it was originally one with the Sea of Clouds. Although it had a spiritual body incarnation, once it left, it wouldn't be able to escape. Once it left, more than half of the cloud sea would die. But this time, the cloud beast is still young. It's still a child. It wants to leave the cloud sea. Lone Moon asked in a low voice. So there was a naughty child here too. Not only that. Ingji's face twitched. He looked even more confused. I invited Celestial Emperor Lan Yu here because of this. But... He turned to look at Lan Yu. Indeed, Lan Yu was frowning as well, as if he really didn't know what to say. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and stood up. You guys, come with me to take a look. You'll know. Everyone looked confused. But they were here for the phenomenon. Although Celestial Emperor Ingji said it had nothing to do with the demon race, it was better to take a look. So they didn't object. They stood up and followed him out. Ingji led the group towards the east. Below them was a blue sea. They could faintly see the bottom of the sea. There were lush forests and mountains. It was the cloud sea indeed. They reached their destination in less than 10 minutes. Lone Moon looked around. This was indeed the location of the phenomenon. But when they were below the cloud sea, they saw a waterfall that connected the sky. Here, they were above the cloud sea. All they saw was a huge whirlpool in the middle of the sea. There was a golden array above it that led straight to the bottom of the sea. It seemed to be blocking something. There were some immortals guarding the surroundings. But compared to the group of female immortals at the heavenly gate, the ones guarding here were all male immortals. And their cultivation levels were not low. They were all exalted immortals and above. There were even young emperors and immortal emperors. All of them looked flustered. They were trying to persuade the whirlpool below them. Just as the few of them got closer, before they could hear clearly, a huge wave suddenly rose from the sea. It formed the shape of a fish's tail and slammed towards the immortals in front of them. The few of them hurriedly dodged. But before they could react, a few of them were slammed into the water. Fellow immortals, you saw it too, Ingji said helplessly. Ingji said helplessly, the cloud beast insisted on going out. It even smashed a hole in the cloud sea. That's the reason for the phenomenon. It's all thanks to Emperor Lan Yu's help. He set up this array to stop it. But these arrays won't last much longer. He could not help but look at Lan Hua. His eyes flashed. He said with some anticipation, Ah Hua, you're the most proficient in spells. I wonder if you can. I can't help you. Lan Hua immediately took a step back. The cloud sea was obviously one with the cloud beast. If he repaired this hole, it would create another hole. Why did the cloud beast insist on going out? Chen Gu could not help but ask. Spirit beasts like this should have a sense of territory. They would not move easily. Because, Ingji was just about to explain when a childish voice sounded from the bottom of the water. It traveled to everyone's ears. You ugly things, let me out. I want to go find a pretty big sister. Ingji, Lan Yu, the people from Invincible Sect froze. This voice, this tone. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on a certain radish. Why are you all looking at me? A certain plant on Lan Hua's shoulder looked confused. It turned to see Shining looking over. Its eyes lit up. It plucked the dandelion off its head and handed it over. Little big sister. This is for you. I Ching, Lone Moon, Lan Hua, Chen Gu, so all your cloud beast incarnations are like this? Get lost. The radish's heart broke. Chapter 204. Ugly, it's you again. The few of them had just landed on top of the whirlpool when the voice sounded again, as if it had sensed something. Compared to the mischievous voice from before, there was real anger in it this time. In an instant, a column of water rushed towards Ingji. "You liar, how dare you come over?" Ingji seemed to be used to it. With a wave of his hand, a defensive array appeared and blocked the column of water. Unfortunately, it was not over. Huge waves in the shape of fish tails appeared on the surface of the sea. Wave after wave, they began to attack indiscriminately. "Scram, you stupid liar." Ingji looked at the immortals who had been trying to persuade them. Now, they had all fallen into the water. Ingji looked at the crowd apologetically. She had no choice but to retreat a few miles away. Only then did the waves on the sea stop. "Celestial Emperor Ingji, why did the cloud beast do this?" Chenku asked in a low voice. It was obvious that the attack had been aimed at Ingji. However, the cloud beast was supposed to be his contracted immortal beast, so it shouldn't have attacked him. This. Ingji's expression changed. He did not know how to explain. After a while, he said, "This is a misunderstanding." With that, he subconsciously looked in Lan Hua's direction. His eyes seemed to be filled with resentment and some grievance. Lan Hua felt goosebumps all over his body. "Let me explain." Lan Yu saw that he really could not speak. With a sigh, he told him everything that had happened between the cloud beast and Ingji. The cloud sea was different from the other 3 seas and 6 continents. Because of the special environment, anyone who could become the emperor of the cloud sea not only had to be a celestial emperor, but also had to be recognized by the cloud beast. After all, the cloud beast was the cloud sea. If one wanted to live here, one had to get a property certificate. The contract with the cloud beast was equivalent to the property certificate of the sea. Only one cloud beast was born every few million years. When it matured, it would be as powerful as a celestial emperor. When Ingji first started cultivating, there were no new cloud beasts in the cloud sea. Although they did not interact with the other continents, it was not as strict as it was now. Although Ingji's original form was also of the water race, before he became a celestial emperor, he had always been by Lan Yu's side in his human form, so everyone thought that he was a celestial being. Even now, the other continents thought that the celestial emperor of the cloud sea was a human cultivator and not a demon immortal. In addition, the cloud pool and the cloud sea were very close to each other, so most of the cloud sea floated above the cloud pool continent. Aquatic creatures naturally like to stay close to water sources, so it was only natural that Ingji would often run from Yunzi to Yunhai to cultivate. Over time, he became familiar with the demon immortals of the cloud sea. Later on, when he was the first to ascend to the celestial emperor realm and took over the entire cloud sea, he did not encounter any obstruction or opposition. After the cloud beast appeared, Xiaochen thought that he would have to spend some time to gain the cloud beast's recognition or fight it directly. He would either become a true sovereign emperor or be eaten by the cloud beast. Surprisingly, the cloud beast was very satisfied with him the first time they met, and it even took the initiative to form a contract with him. As a result, he became the cloud sea's sovereign king. It could be said that among the 10 celestial emperors, he was the person who ascended to the position of celestial monarch the easiest. After a few thousand years, perhaps even the heavens felt that they would be letting the others down if they didn't give them some suffering. As the cloud beast grew up and became more and more intelligent, it suddenly turned hostile. "You ugly liar. To think that I thought you were a beautiful lady back then. It turns out that it was all a lie." The cloud beast's childish voice could be heard from afar. "How dare you lie to my pure feelings? Humph. I don't want to acknowledge you, you ugly thing. I want to leave this place and find other beautiful ladies." That's what happened," Lan Yu said in a low voice. At once, the 4 of them turned to look at the culprit behind them. "Why are you looking at me? I wasn't the one who asked him to wear female clothes." Lan Hua blushed and exploded. The cloud beast mistook me for someone else. Lone Moon, Qin, Chenggu, Shining. So the cloud beast was so happy to form a contract with Ingji back then because it mistook him for a woman. Speaking of which, was it a common problem for incarnation-type spirit creatures to only look at one's appearance? What's more, the cloud beast actually took thousands of years to realize that Ingji was a man. Was it too slow to react, or was Ingji too good at acting? The cloud beast is still immature. It has the temperament of a child. Celestial Emperor Ingji sighed, looking like he was having a headache. It threw a tantrum and I couldn't do anything about it. The more we tried to stop it, the more it wanted to go out. It insisted on going out to find a young lady. Since it's just throwing a tantrum, can't we just find a female immortal to coax it? Why does it have to go out of the cloud sea? The cloud beast probably only wanted to find a pretty young lady to form a contract with. It suddenly realized that Ingji was a man and threw a tantrum because it couldn't accept it. It could just find a real female immortal to coax it. Anyway, it was still immature. As long as it didn't go out of the cloud sea, it wouldn't cause any trouble. We tried that method. Ingji's expression darkened. But after the cloud beast threw a tantrum, its real body hid in the crystal palace in the deepest part of the cloud sea. It wanted to break through the cloud sea and escape. Usually, it would only create an avatar to come out of the water to cause trouble. To enter the crystal palace, one has to be an exalted immortal. So that was it. No wonder the cloud beast did not come out despite the waves. Its real body was at the bottom of the sea. All the exalted immortal demon immortals in the cloud sea tried to persuade it, Ingji continued. But they were all chased out. Why? Ingji's mouth twitched. It said, they were ugly. Everyone, Lone Moon subconsciously looked up at Ingji's face. To be honest, if one ignored some of his masculine features, Ingji's face could really be described as stunning. What's more, Ingji's eyes were more feminine, and he was dressed in female clothes. It was no wonder that the cloud beast would despise other female immortals for being ugly. There was no one left in the cloud sea. I had no choice but to remove the restrictions on the cloud sea. I wanted to invite all the female immortals in the world to come and give it a try. Ingji frowned. The immortals of the cloud sea have never interacted with other continents in the past. It was not easy for some of them to come and give it a try. Not only were they all male immortals, but they all had ulterior motives. It was very annoying. Was that why he set up that sign at the heavenly gates? That's why this matter has not been resolved. Ingji frowned deeply. He was about to ask the few of them if they knew any female exalted immortals that they were familiar with. Shining, who had been chewing on a fruit, suddenly spoke up. Why don't I try? She was quite experienced in teaching naughty children. You. The moment she finished speaking, Lone Moon started to mock her out of habit. Forget it. Didn't Celestial Emperor Ingji say it already? The cloud beast has high standards for looks. Shining tilted her head. Am I not good looking? Lone Moon rolled his eyes and turned to look at her face. Are you good looking or not? Don't you have a... Before he could finish speaking, his eyes were fixed on the familiar yet strange face in front of him. His voice seemed to be stuck in his throat. This was the first time he was looking at her face in such a way. From a man's point of view. She seemed pretty. Chapter 205. She had a chubby little face and a cherry-like mouth. Her eyes, which had always been lazy and lifeless, were wide open at this moment. The corners of her eyes were slightly raised, and her snow-white skin was so smooth that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. There were even 2 strands of a hoge on her forehead that were swaying back and forth. She was not as gorgeous as Qi Qingyu, nor was she as gentle and beautiful as Ingji. But surprisingly, cute. Very cute. The extremely cute kind. *****. Lone Moon felt a thump in his heart, as if he had been stabbed. It had nothing to do with his feelings, but he felt a sense of relief. Holy shit. Why didn't he realize that Shining was actually so good-looking? Why did he feel the urge to snatch her away and make her his daughter? What's wrong? Everyone looked at Shining, confused. She suddenly turned around and pressed her hand against her chest, taking deep breaths. I Ching stepped forward worriedly and pulled Shining over to take a closer look at her face. Master, your face is not. His voice trailed off, and his whole body froze. His usually serious face seemed to have been painted with a layer of red paint. In an instant, it turned red. He stared blankly at the face in front of him, and a loud thumping sound came from his chest, as if something was about to rush out of his body. He never knew that Master was actually so good-looking. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing the two of them suddenly stunned, the others thought that there was really something wrong with Shen Ying's face. They all stepped forward and looked at Shen Ying's face seriously. Chen Gu, Sect Master Shen, why are you, Lan Hua, good heart, you're not. Holy shit. Ingji, fellow immortals, why are you so cute, Radish, get lost. You're not allowed to look, little missy is mine. Lan Yu, sister, how old are you? Do you have a Dao partner? Do you like celestial emperors, the younger ones? Get lost. For I Ching kicked a certain spare tire specialist with the surname Lan away and pulled out his sword at the same time. Shining. Motherf ****, did they not see what she looked like except for Radish? In the center of the sea of clouds, in the Crystal Palace. A short figure was squatting on the golden magic array in the middle of the hall. He was holding something in his hand and poking it with force. Every time he poked the golden magic array, specks of golden light would splatter out, and the talismans on the ground would darken a little. As he smashed it, he muttered to himself, "Humph. That damned liar, don't think that you can trap me with a stupid array. No one can stop me from finding a pretty big sister." Shining followed him and squatted down. She looked at the thing in his hand and asked subconsciously, "What's that in your hand?" "Teeth." The child didn't even think about it and replied casually. "What tooth?" It clearly looked like a stick. "Of course it's my teeth." The child continued, "When I was 4,500 years old, I got my teeth replaced. Look, my teeth haven't even grown out yet." As he spoke, he suddenly turned around and opened one corner of his mouth. He gestured for her to look at the empty gums on the right side and said proudly, "My teeth are the hardest things in the sea of clouds." Oh. Shining nodded in understanding. Something flashed in her eyes. "Since it's so powerful, why don't you bite it open directly?" The child was stunned for a moment. He seemed to think that what she said made sense. His eyes brightened and he really lay on the ground, opened his mouth and bit at the array. In the end, he successfully knocked his teeth. Epsilon, Omega, Omega, you lied to me. He glared at her angrily and held his teeth that were in pain. "Biting like this, it hurts." Shining said seriously, "It won't hurt if you knock it all off." You. Humph. I'm angry. I'm ignoring you." The child snorted angrily and turned around to continue using the huge tooth in his hand to smash the array. He had just knocked twice when his body suddenly stiffened. As if he had just reacted, he turned to look at the person beside him in shock. Who are you?" He sat on the ground and stared at her with wide eyes. "When did you come in?" "Oh, I came in when you said you wanted to find a pretty young lady." The child's face paled. He glared at her even more angrily. "I'm warning you, don't try to stop me from breaking the array. Otherwise, I'll eat you up. With that said, he purposely bared his white teeth. Who said I was going to stop you from breaking the array? She was only here to persuade him not to leave the sea of clouds. Eh? The child paused and glanced at her suspiciously. Isn't that so? Then why are you here? Just as he finished asking, he suddenly thought of something. You were sent here by that liar, weren't you? Humph. I've seen all the female immortals in the sea of clouds. I won't like you. You also. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. His eyes widened as he stared straight at Xin Ying's face. He had never seen this young lady before. She was quite pretty. If it was her, he thought of something, and his face suddenly turned red. He said awkwardly, ahem. If it's you, I'll be fine. Then I'll reluctantly agree to let you be my beautiful big sister. Oh. Is it that simple? He was indeed obsessed with looks. Then. She was just about to persuade him. The child suddenly rushed over and grabbed her hand. I'll eat you right now. After saying that, it suddenly opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and bit down on her wrist. Then, with a crack, a tooth fell out. It hurts. He covered his bleeding mouth and gasped for air. Was little Missy so hard? Why did you bite me? Shining was also stunned by this naughty child's sudden action. He looked aggrieved. It was the demon immortals who told me that if I meet a beautiful lady, I have to eat her. What the hell? Who in the world had told it such dirty words? That's not what they mean. I don't care. The little cloud beast was anxious. It wiped the blood from its mouth and suddenly changed back to its original form. A huge fish that was more than 10 times bigger than the Crystal Palace appeared in front of it. It seemed to cover the sky. What a huge fish. It's not easy to find a beautiful lady that I like. Its voice came from above, its tone full of arrogance. Although you're a little short, a little skinny, a little fierce and not gentle. But I still want to eat you. Thank you for your whole family. And, most importantly, your chest is a little too small. I like big ones. You're too flat. The corner of Xin Ying's mouth twitched. Flat. Flatter than Ingji. She felt a buzz in her head. This sentence began to replay in her mind, flatter than Ingji, flatter than Ingji. But, since I've swallowed it, I won't be able to see it anymore. So be it if it's small. As it spoke, it suddenly opened its mouth. In an instant, the seawater around it twisted, forming a huge whirlpool in its mouth. Everything around it was sucked towards the corner of its mouth. Just as it was about to be swallowed, Shining suddenly reached out and grabbed one of its sharp teeth. Little cloud beast. She suddenly grinned and said word by word, did anyone tell you that little animals that talk nonsense will be eaten? Sure enough, children are the most annoying thing. The cloud beast paused. It felt an aura that covered the sky and the earth and rushed towards it. With a cracking sound, the tooth that was caught was instantly crushed into powder. Before it could even react, before it could even move, it felt a weight on its head. With a loud bang, the fish had landed heavily on the bottom of the sea. Its vision turned black. Suddenly, the entire sea echoed with someone's exasperated voice. You're the King Flat Princess. Airport. Soup dumplings. Fermented rice balls. It didn't say that. So, 1 minute later. Are you still going to eat me? Sob, sob, sob. I'm not eating anymore. You want to leave the cloud sea? I'm not leaving. I'm never leaving. You just said, your chest is the biggest, especially big. So big that I can't even see your face. Chapter 206. Above the Cloud Sea. Will the fellow immortal inside be all right? Ingshi looked worried. Lady Shen looked like an earth immortal. Although he did not know why these people were so confident that she could enter the Crystal Palace, he knew the Cloud Beast's character very well. He could not help but worry that something might happen to her. Don't worry, Celestial Emperor. Shening knows what she's doing, Lone Moon replied. After some thought, he added, should. What the hell should he mean? He was even more worried now. The whirlpool on the sea has disappeared. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Everyone paused and turned to look. Indeed, a few miles away, the whirlpool that was sealed by the golden array had disappeared. The surface of the sea was calm again. Even the occasional waves had stopped. The whirlpool had disappeared. The only possibility was that the hole that the Cloud Beast opened at the bottom of the sea had closed up. Ingji rejoiced. Indeed, an immortal came to report that the water under the Cloud Sea was no longer leaking. He heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like the Cloud Beast had been persuaded to come down. The few of them waited for a while longer. Then, they saw a translucent bubble rising from the bottom of the sea. It parted the seawater and flew towards them. Inside the bubble stood two figures, one tall and one short. The tall one was Shening. The one beside her looked like a half-grown child. He must be the Cloud Beast. Ingji. Before they could get close, the Cloud Beast suddenly rushed out of the bubble. It plunged into Ingji's arms and started crying. Wah! I will never despise you again. I will never leave the Cloud Sea again. The young lady outside was so scary. Ingji paused. He looked at the Cloud Beast, who had suddenly changed its attitude. It was even more clingy than when it did not know its gender. He did not know how to react. After a while, he patted the Cloud Beast's little body. He sighed and said, It's good that you've thought it through. How did you do it? Lone Moon looked at Ingji. Without the Cloud Beast controlling the bubble, Ingji was back on the sword. Everyone had heard how the Cloud Beast had despised Ingji. Why did the two of them forget their differences in less than 5 minutes after Shening went in? Was she that eloquent? Nothing much. I was just trying to reason with him, Shening said calmly. Oh. Lone Moon nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something and froze. Wait a minute. Wasn't Shen Ying's method of reasoning? Turning around to take a look, Zhang Xian's mouth twitched. What was going on with the Cloud Beast's swollen face? You did it, didn't you? Thank you, fellow immortals, for helping my Cloud Sea resolve this crisis. Ingji thanked them sincerely and looked at Shening gratefully. Thank you for your hard work, fellow immortal. If you ever need my help in the future, Ingji will not hesitate to help. It's okay. Every family has a couple of naughty kids, Shening replied casually. The child in Ingji's arms shuddered. He buried his head even deeper and did not dare to look back. Since this matter has been settled, we shall not disturb you any further. Lone Moon chuckled and stepped forward to take his leave. While Ingji had not noticed, he hurried away. Everyone, are you leaving so soon? Ingji's face was filled with reluctance. She subconsciously looked at Lan Hua, her eyes filled with longing. Lan Hua shuddered and rubbed the goosebumps off his body. He even shoved the radish in his hand back to Lone Moon. He urged, Hurry, hurry. Don't we still need to find Xe and Han? With that said, he turned and flew out. Ah Hua. Ingji wanted to stop him, but the Cloud Beast was still holding her. Everyone hurried to catch up and flew out of the heavenly gate. Where are we going now? Lan Hua asked. Bo Si, the Void Land, Lone Moon replied. Celestial Emperor Lan Hua, although the Bo-Si Celestial Emperor has already investigated that place, Chen-gu explained. Bo-Si is not far from here. We can go and take a look on the way. I know that, but... Lan Hua's mouth twitched. He turned and glared at Lan Yu. Why are you following us? What business do you have here? What does it have to do with you where I go? Lan Yu glared back at him. We'll settle our differences later. Don't think I'll let you off. With that said, he suddenly turned to look at Shining, his eyes shining. Instantly, he looked like a gentle young master. He smiled kindly and said, Miss Shen, this trip to the Void Land is very dangerous. Why don't you let Lan Yu go with you? He can protect you. Shining hesitated. Were they close? Don't worry. I'm a Celestial Emperor and a talisman cultivator. I have as many defensive talismans as I want. Do you need talisman papers, talisman spirits, talisman treasures or talisman arrays? With that said, he took out a stack of talismans as thick as a dictionary from his storage bag and stuffed them into Shen Ying's hands. Everyone, speaking of which, was giving away wealth, a good tradition of the Lan family. Winky face, what are you trying to do? Before they could react, Lan Hua exploded in anger. He stood between the two of them and glared at him warily. Are you trying to get rid of me through kindness? Dream on. I'm warning you, if you have any problems, come at me. Don't even think about touching her. You're allowed to steal my people, but I'm not allowed to steal yours. Who stole your people? You're still denying it. I wasn't the one who made your girl like me. I didn't do anything. If it wasn't for you, would they have treated me like that? What has it got to do with me? Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel again, Qing finally could not help but summon his sword. Enunciating each word, he said, Master, who do you think I should kill first? These two little bastards who stole his master. Lone Moon, Chen Gu, Shining, Lan Yu's thinking was actually very simple. His brother stole his girl, so he had to get it back. All these years, apart from his mother in the mortal realm, Shining was the only person of the opposite sex who had appeared by Lan Hua's side. And she was quite pretty too. So she must be Lan Hua's girl. He had to fight for her. Lan Hua's thinking was even simpler. This troublesome brother of his had secretly caused him a lot of trouble in the past. Although the reason was very stupid, it was still understandable. As the big brother, he did not want to argue with him. But it was wrong of him to target Goodheart. The other party obviously wanted to use her to take revenge on him. Although getting rid of Goodheart was good for him, but he could not control himself. The thought of someone harboring ill intentions towards Goodheart made him want to beat the hell out of him. Degree, Miss Shen, I'm serious. Lan Yu turned around and grabbed Shen Ying's hand. He said affectionately, Trust me, I will treat you very well. Why don't you stop going to the void and follow me back to Yunzhe? Bastard, let go of her. Lan Hua summoned his weapon and went forward to grab her. The two of them were about to start fighting. That. Shining suddenly spoke. Her expression was calm. Lan Lu, I'm Lan Yu. What the hell was Lan Lu? Oh, let me ask you a question. Please ask. Mississippi, is being a spare tire addictive? Lan Yu, Lan Hua, Yi Qing, who was about to kill Lan Lu, everyone, crack. They could vaguely hear something shattering. Chapter 207. Perhaps because he recalled the green grassland above him, Lan Yu finally came to his senses and completely gave up on trying to steal Lan Hua's girlfriend. When it came to snatching girls, he seemed to have never won before. Thus, holding a glass heart that had been pierced by someone, he turned around and flew towards Yunzhe without saying a word, leaving behind a dozen talismans. His dispirited look, as if he had lost his life's purpose, made everyone's hearts ache. Lone Moon suddenly understood the phrase, "Do not expose the truth." Shaking his head sympathetically, he happily took the Dharma talismans from Xinying's hands. "Straight face, let's go." Lone Moon turned and said. It was getting late. "Fellow immortal Lone Moon." Just as he finished speaking, Chen Ji's panic-stricken voice came from behind him. "I, Celestial Emperor." Lone Moon turned back and his eyes widened. He saw a faint glow appear around Chen Ji's body, but his figure became fainter and fainter. In a short while, his entire body turned into a shadow. "This is..." Lone Moon was shocked. Instinctively, he reached out to grab Chen Gu, but found that his hand had passed right through him. He immediately conjured a few spells, trying to stop Chen Ji's figure. Lan Hua and Yi Qing also hurried to set up an array and cast a spell. But there was no effect at all. The few of them could only watch as Chen Gu became fainter and fainter, until he disappeared before their eyes. What's going on? Everyone looked confused, shocked by this sudden change. Lone Moon released his divine perception to search for Chen Gu, but to no avail. Even his aura had disappeared, as if he had never existed. What sorcery is this? I don't know either. Lan Hua, who had the most experience, shook his head. I've never seen it before. Just as he was thinking, the communication talisman by Lone Moon's side suddenly lit up. He had left it in the sect so that he could contact them in case of an emergency. His heart tightened. Could something have happened in the sect? He quickly took it out and infused immortal qi into it to activate the communication talisman. Instantly, Yu Hong's anxious and panicky voice sounded from the talisman. "Elder, the chicken is gone." What? Lone Moon was stunned. Reflexively, he replied, "If it's gone, we can buy another one." Invincible sect had many chickens. No. No. Yu Hong panicked and corrected herself. It's Celestial Emperor Chu Xian. He suddenly disappeared. Lone Moon's expression darkened. He looked at everyone and asked anxiously, "Calm down and explain clearly what's going on. How did he disappear?" "I don't know what happened either." Yu Hong took a deep breath. Just now, Celestial Emperor Chu Xian was guiding the disciples in their cultivation. Siyu was exchanging blows with him, but he suddenly disappeared into thin air. Did it turn into a shadow and disappear? "Elder, how did you know?" "It is indeed so." Lone Moon frowned as he recalled Chen Ji's behavior. In a low voice, he instructed, "All of you, leave the martial arts arena immediately. Gather all the disciples in the front hall and see if anyone else is in the same situation. We'll be right back." "Yes." Yu Hong replied solemnly. He frowned and turned to the rest. "Chu Xian is in trouble too. Let's return to Invincible Sect first." He was just about to turn around when he realized that the three people opposite him were not moving. Instead, they were looking at him in shock. "Lone Moon, you..." Lan Hua's eyes widened as he pointed at him. "What's wrong?" Lan Hua looked down and cursed, "Holy shit." Just like Chen Gu, Lan Hua's entire body was glowing and turning transparent. Most importantly, he did not feel anything strange at all. "Father Niu." Shining reached out to grab him but grabbed nothing. He was much faster than Chen Gu. In less than a breath's time, he had disappeared. The few of them were stunned. "Master, what do we do now?" Yi Qing's expression was solemn. Lone Moon and Chen Gu had disappeared too suddenly and in such a strange way. Shining looked at her empty hand and clenched it. "Let's go back first." Yi Qing and Lan Hua exchanged a look and nodded. They turned and flew in the direction of Invincible Sect. The few of them returned to Invincible Sect as fast as they could. But they realized that not only was Chu Xian gone, Shorty Xian Tong was also gone. They had also disappeared in the same way, but one day after Chu Xian had disappeared. Lan Hua and Yi Qing searched the entire sect but could not find any clues. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. All the tracking spells were useless. Even the communication talisman on Longman's body did not respond. They had wanted to ask Sun Shu to help find them, but they received a reply from the capital saying that Sun Shu had also disappeared. Just like Father Niu and the others, he had disappeared suddenly. Sect Master, there's a demon immortal who calls himself Little Biao at the foot of the mountain. He wants to see you. Little Biao. Lan Hua paused. What kind of stupid name was that? Let him in. Shining nodded. A moment later, Celestial Emperor Biao Ting flew up hurriedly. The moment he saw Shining, his eyes lit up. His legs gave way out of habit and he knelt down in front of her. Exalted Goddess. Please save Little Bird, something has happened to it. What happened to Little Bird? I don't know what happened either. His expression was anxious. Perhaps it was because he and Wu Hong had been in the same boat many years ago. They had experienced the danger of being eaten. The two of them had developed a revolutionary friendship. A few days ago, I went to the Bo Sea with him to help Exalted Goddess find some rare immortal herb seeds. Who knew that he would suddenly disappear while flying? I searched for many days but could not find any trace of him. When he disappeared, was there a white glow on his body? Yi Qing asked. How did you know? Biao Ting was stunned. Another one. Who did this? Lan Hua scratched his head in frustration. This is already the fourth person. The fifth. Shining suddenly corrected him. What? Radish disappeared too. That's right, there's Brother Radish. Lan Hua nodded and became even more anxious. He was sleeping on Lonman's lap and disappeared with him. Wait a minute. Radish, Lan Hua's eyes lit up. He suddenly thought of something. Good heart, I have a way to find him. But it's a little troublesome. I think we can only save Lone Moon alone. The others, we have to think of something else. What is it? Heart Entrapment Array. What is that? Yi Qing asked. This is a trapping array. Lan Hua explained. This array can gather demonic qi and trap people within it, causing them to be corroded by the demonic qi. And once this array is activated, no matter where the other party is, as long as they are within the boundaries of the immortal realm, it can trap them directly. You mean to set up an array here and use it to pull people back? That's right. Lan Hua nodded. But this array is special. It needs a part of the other party's body to set it up. Body, Xin Ying's mouth twitched. She thought of the pile of dandelions that Radish had given her and immediately understood. Radish is on Lonman's leg. Its aura is connected to his. So when Radish is trapped, Lone Moon will definitely be pulled into the array. Lan Hua continued. Although he will be affected by the demonic qi, Lone Moon should be able to withstand it. Alright, let's do that. Shining stood up and turned to look for the dandelions. Find Father Niu first and solve the problem of eating. Chapter 208. Lan Hua said that the back mountain was where Radish usually stayed. Its aura still lingered there, so it was a good place to set up the array. Yu Hong followed his instructions and placed Radish's dandelion in the pit that Radish used to stay in. Lan Hua sat cross-legged on the back mountain, his hands forming seals. Large amounts of black demonic qi spread across the entire back mountain in an instant. Strands of black qi converged to form a huge black array diagram. The surroundings grew darker and darker. The dandelion that was originally overflowing with spirit qi was showing signs of withering. Even the immortal herbs on the ground seemed to have lost their spirit under the corrosion of the demonic qi. But there was still no movement in Radish's pit. There was no sign of anyone at all. Lan Hua's forehead was covered in sweat, and the demonic qi around him was also showing signs of fading. The immortal qi here is too strong. Biao Ting suddenly thought of something and said, the demonic qi will be suppressed. Let me help him. With that said, he conjured a seal. A golden immortal flashed, and a golden meridian appeared in the immortal herbs on the back mountain, forcing Lan Hua's demonic qi away. Biao Ting hurriedly conjured a rectangular jade box and opened it. He stopped conjuring, and the golden meridian turned into spots of golden light that flew into the box. Exalted Goddess, I've temporarily sealed the immortal meridian here, Biao Ting explained as he handed the box to Shining. Without the suppression of the immortal meridian, it will be easier for Celestial Emperor Lan Hua to set up the array. Shining nodded. Thank you for your hard work. She took the box and handed it to Yu Hong, then turned to look at the radish patch on the back mountain. Indeed, after the immortal meridian was sealed, the fading demonic qi became even thicker. Even the immortal herbs on the ground withered, looking like they were about to die. The heart-entrapping array was almost complete. The array diagram on the ground was becoming more and more complete, covering the entire back mountain like a dense spider web. Radish's pit also began to emit a red light, getting brighter and brighter, showing signs of taking shape. It was almost done. At the same time, Lone Moon was sitting in the middle of an array with a serious expression. Radish, did you find anything? No. Radish retracted its long leaves and shook its head. My leaves can't extend out either. They bounce back the moment they touch it. Lone Moon's expression darkened. He had been trapped in this array for several days. The immortal energy in his body was completely suppressed, and he could not move at all. Moreover, the array formation under his feet was very strange. He had never seen it before. It seemed to extend infinitely in all directions, but he could only see less than 2 feet in all directions. Everything else was a white fog. Therefore, he had no idea where he was trapped. Even Radish, who was lying on his leg, was restricted. Only 2 of its leaves could move. Originally, he wanted him to explore the formation, but he didn't expect that even his leaves couldn't reach out. Little Missy will definitely come to save Radish, Radish said with certainty. Don't worry. Lone Moon frowned. Even if he wanted to save them, he had to first know where they were. Based on the situation when he was captured previously, it would be very difficult to find any clues. Just as he was thinking about how to send a message to Shining, the array formation under his feet suddenly lit up. Even the white fog in front of him began to dissipate. He could vaguely see a figure not far from him. Radish, hurry and hide, Lone Moon instructed. Then, he looked seriously to his right. The figure beside him became clearer. In a moment, a man in a long blue robe appeared. He looked slightly familiar. Sun Shu. Why is it him? He blurted out. The person opposite him was also shocked. Lone Moon, why are you here? He was just about to explain when a familiar voice came from his left. Lone Moon. It's young Emperor Lone Moon. He turned to look and his eyes widened. Bird. Ah Pui. Celestial Emperor Wu Hong, why are you here too? I don't know. He shook his head. I was already here when I opened my eyes. There seems to be someone else. At his reminder, Lone Moon turned to look. There were indeed a few more figures opposite him. They were a little far away. It was only after the white fog had completely dissipated that he could see them clearly. There was no need to talk about Chingu. There were 4 other celestial emperors from different continents, Lan Yu, Ingji, Ji Zhe, and even Chu Xian. Of the 10 celestial emperors, 6 had arrived. Like him, there was an array beneath their feet. They were trapped in different directions, forming a circle around each other. These arrays were connected to each other, forming a huge array that no one had ever seen before. Brother Lone Moon, you're here too. Chu Xian's eyes lit up when he saw Lone Moon. He began to look around. Where's Exalted Goddess? Is she here? At his reminder, even Ji Zhi, Wu Hong and Sun Shu hurriedly turned to look for her. No. Lone Moon shook his head. I was suddenly teleported here. She couldn't stop me in time. What's more, I don't know where this place is. As he spoke, he began to look around. This is the Emperor Ascension stage, Chen Gu suddenly said, his eyes filled with shock. The few of them were shocked and began to look around. It really is the Emperor Ascension stage. Ji Zhi exclaimed. But who would set up such an array here? Celestial Emperor Chu Xian, you're an expert in array formations. Can you tell what kind of array this is? Chen Gu asked. I don't know either. Chu Xian shook his head. I've never seen an array like this before. Also, this doesn't look like a simple trapping array. The person who set up this array trapping us here is probably just the first step. I don't know what he's trying to do. Who cares what he's trying to do? Wu Hong said angrily. This array has trapped me for days. Do any of you have any idea how to break it? Everyone fell silent. None of you can do anything. Wu Hong's expression darkened. What kind of damned array is this? It's so powerful. This is not an array. Just as they were thinking, a cold voice rang out from above them. The next moment, a few figures descended from the center of the Emperor Ascension stage. There were 2 men and 1 woman. At the front was an immortal with a long white beard. The immortal chi around him was thicker than anyone else's. He looked kind and righteous. He looked just like the immortal's Lone Moon had seen on television in his previous life. Celestial Emperor Zi Qin. The few of them exclaimed. Who? Lone Moon paused. It's the Bo-Si Celestial Emperor Zi Qin, Sun Shu explained in a low voice. Lone Moon understood. So it was him. He took a closer look at the people behind him. No wonder he told Chen Gu that there were no anomalies there when they wanted to go to the void. They were in cahoots. Weren't the 2 people behind him Xian Han and Hui Ling? Master! Hui Ling called out. Little Ling. Chen Gu was shocked as well. Why are you here? Hui Ling was about to walk towards Chen Gu when Xian Han pulled her back. Little Xian, have you forgotten what I told you? But. Hui Ling looked at Chen Gu, who was in front of her. She looked like she was in a difficult position, but she did not go over. Chapter 209. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. Zi Qin was the most inconspicuous one among all the Empyreans. He was also the first person to ascend to the position of Celestial Emperor. No one knew how long he had lived or when he became Celestial Emperor. Unlike the Cloud Sea who did not interact with the other continents, Zi Qin was even more low-key. His cultivation was not very high, and he did not seem to be someone with great aptitude. Compared to the other Celestial Emperors whose strength was on par with him, his strength was average. He did not participate in the conflicts between the continents. He had always played the role of a mediator. The impression he gave was that he was kind and had a good relationship with the other Celestial Emperors. That was why no one expected him to be the culprit. On closer inspection, they realized that his cultivation level was shocking. The immortal chi in his body was even denser than that of the other Celestial Emperors. Could he have been hiding his cultivation level all this while? It's been many years. How are you, Celestial Emperors? Zi Qin stroked his white beard. He looked as kind as ever, but his eyes shone brightly. He seemed to have thought of something. Oh yes, I have yet to thank Celestial Emperor Chengu for taking care of my daughter for so many years. Daughter? Chengu paused. He looked at Huiling in disbelief. You, Huiling panicked. She hurriedly explained, I just found out. The others were also shocked. They had never heard of Ziqin having a daughter. When the divine artifact was born, the immortal realm was in chaos. My daughter and my disciple accidentally fell into the mortal realm. My daughter was accidentally reincarnated. Ziqin looked at Huiling tenderly. I thought I would never be able to find her. I did not expect Celestial Emperor Chengu to help me find her. So Huiling's past life was so powerful. Also, disciple. Lone Moon caught the keyword and turned to look at Xan Han. That's right. Xan Han was my disciple. Ziqin did not seem to be afraid that they would find out. He said it out loud. Everyone's expression darkened. Xan Han was his disciple. It was no wonder that ever since he ascended, his cultivation level had risen so quickly. In less than 10,000 years, he had become a celestial emperor. He was originally from the immortal realm. What do you want by bringing us here? Chu Xian asked loudly. Ziqin only smiled and did not answer. Instead, Xan Han stepped forward and said, I just asked the few celestial emperors to help me with a small matter. With that said, he pointed around them. Everyone should know where this place is, right? Everyone was stunned. They did not know why he was asking this. Of course, they knew about the Emperor Ascension stage. The Emperor Ascension stage is just a name. Xan Han's usually cold face lit up with excitement. A long time ago, this was where the heavenly pillar was. It was the divine pillar that connected the immortal and divine realms. Immortal world. This time, everyone was truly shocked. There was actually such a place in the immortal world. It's a pity that the God world destroyed the heavenly pillars millions upon millions of years ago, leaving no immortals in the immortal world capable of ascending to the God world. This Emperor Ascension stage is just a seal. His expression turned cold as he glanced at everyone and said, That's why I've invited everyone here today, because I want you to help me reconnect the heavenly pillars and reopen the door to the God realm. This is a great matter that will benefit the entire celestial world. Everyone was shocked. The highest cultivation level in the celestial world was the Celestial Emperor. It was not that no immortal had ever wanted to become a god, it was just that no one had succeeded. If that's the case, we can discuss this properly. Why do you want to capture us? Ingshi could not help but ask. Xan Han was about to answer when Sun Shu guessed his intention. He spoke first, Your goal is the divine artifact. Young Emperor Sun is indeed wise. You are indeed from the Flowing Flame clan. How did you? Sun Shu's eyes widened. How did Xan Han know his identity? Apart from Lone Moon and the others, he had not told anyone else. There were no records of the Flowing Flame clan in the immortal world. Of course I know about the Flowing Flame clan, which manufactures divine artifacts. Xan Han's expression turned even colder. He said disdainfully, If not for your clan, the immortal and divine realms would not have gone to war. Fortunately, there was a way to salvage the situation. Sun Shu's expression darkened. He was disgusted by Xan Han's words, but he did not retort. Although the crowd did not know what the Flowing Flame clan was, when they looked around, they realized that everyone here possessed a god artifact. Little Han, it's about time, Ziqin suddenly reminded him. Yes, master. Xan Han nodded. He conjured a spell and the entire Emperor Ascension stage's array lit up. Everyone felt the restraints of the array grow stronger. After Xan Han was done, He turned to look at Hui Ling. Hui Ling was still hesitant. She glanced at Chen Gu with a worried look on her face. Junior sister Xian, you promised me, Xian Han urged. Hui Ling gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind. She walked to the center of the array and conjured a series of spells. Chen Ji's expression changed. He looked at her in disbelief. This spell was, before he could speak, he felt a sharp pain in his divine consciousness. The divine artifact that he had been nurturing in his divine consciousness flew out uncontrollably and landed in Hui Ling's hands. That was the spell to control the divine artifact in his body. Little Ling, you. Chen Gu could not believe that she would use the spell he had taught her against him. Master. Hui Ling looked at him, tears streaming down her face. Her eyes were filled with conflict and grief, but surprisingly, she did not feel guilty at all. Please understand, disciple. Father said that only these divine artifacts can open the seal on the heavenly pillar. This is for the sake of the immortal realm, for the greater good. The more she spoke, the more determined she became. It was as if she was the embodiment of justice. Everyone was shocked. They looked at Chen Gu sympathetically. He was probably the first person in the immortal realm to call such an act of betraying his own master a righteous cause. Chen Gu spat out a mouthful of blood due to the backlash from forcefully taking out the god artifact. His eyes widened even further as if he had just seen his own disciple clearly. Master! Hui Ling exclaimed. Instinctively, she wanted to go over. Little Xian, Zichen suddenly said. Hui Ling stopped in her tracks but did not go over. She continued to look at Chen Gu pitifully and said innocently, Master, he's my father. I have to listen to him. You can understand little Ling, right? Chen Ji's expression turned cold. He closed his eyes, as if he did not want to look at her anymore. He felt a chill in his heart. He had saved her from the demons of the lower realm and brought her to the upper realm. He had never treated her badly. Because of what happened to her when she was young, he favored her more than any of his disciples. Even when he saw her appear here unscathed, he wondered if Xian Han had coerced her. He did not expect her to know that because of his previous reincarnation, he had been using the divine artifact to nurture his primordial spirit and could not take it out easily. She could attack him without hesitation for the sake of a father whom she had only known for a few days. Moreover, looking at her now, she did not seem to have regained her memories of her previous life. For some reason, he suddenly remembered what Shining had said a few days ago when they left the Invincible sect, you're not bad, but you're a little blind. He thought she was joking at the time. He really was a little blind. Chapter 210. Little Xian, we don't have much time, Xian Han reminded her again. Only then did Hui Ling retract her gaze. She received the divine weapon from Chen Gu and took out another one. It was the divine weapon that Biao Ting had lost, the six-flame pearl. She had no idea when it had landed in their hands. She took a few steps forward and recited a long string of incomprehensible spells. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their divine sense. The divine weapons that had been nourished in their divine sense flew out uncontrollably one after another, stopping around Hui Ling. The immortal qi in their bodies backfired and they all vomited blood. Apart from Lone Moon, who had no intention of keeping the divine artifacts in his storage bag, everyone else was seriously injured. Zichen tossed out the last divine artifact. All the divine artifacts flew into the center of the array. Including the six-joint sword, there were 11 divine artifacts in total. The array that had been restraining everyone suddenly emitted a blinding white light that enveloped the entire Emperor Ascension stage. The divine artifacts slowly disappeared into the light, as if they were melting into the array. In less than half a minute, they could no longer be seen. The next moment, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. It seemed to connect the heavens. The heavenly pillar. Xan Han exclaimed. He looked at the pillar of light excitedly. One more step, Zichen reminded him. Xan Han paused. That's right, there's still the realm gate. It's not open yet. He took out something that looked like a jade gourd and conjured a seal in the middle of the array. Immediately, a green-robed woman appeared in the middle of the array. Miss Xian Tong. Chen Gu was the first to react. He tried to get up in shock but was restrained by the array. Lone Moon was shocked too. Why was this unlucky child here? She did not have a divine artifact on her. Xian Tong looked at Chen Gu blankly, then at Lone Moon. Elder Lone Moon. She stood up and was about to go over when Xan Han used his immortal chi to form a chain and pulled her back. Xan Han. Before Lone Moon could speak, Chen Gu was already panicking. What are you doing? Let go of Miss Xian Tong. Xan Han ignored him. Instead, he conjured a seal and pointed at Xian Tong's forehead. Xian Tong felt a large amount of immortal chi surging towards her primordial spirit. In the next moment, she couldn't take it anymore. With a flash, she transformed back into a snow-white fox with 9 long tails behind her. Rumor has it that the 9-tailed white fox is a descendant of the god race and has an ancient bloodline. A smile flashed across Xan Han's face. He placed Xian Tong in the middle of the array and scanned the crowd. Although you're not willing to sacrifice yourself, with the Celestial Emperor's cultivation, you can open the Divine Realm's realm gate. As he spoke, he waved his hand and instantly created a dozen wind blades that hit Xian Tong's fox body, creating several wounds that were so deep that bones could be seen. A large amount of blood gushed out. Xian Tong curled up into a ball from the pain, but she was unable to resist. She could only watch as her blood dyed the ground. At the same time, the entire Emperor Ascension stage turned red. Before everyone could react, they felt their bodies become heavy. The immortal energy in their bodies seemed to be drawn by something, flowing into the formation below them. This array can devour cultivation. Chu Xian was shocked. He tried to activate the immortal energy in his body to resist, but was suppressed by the array. He could not move at all. It was the same for the others. In less than a moment, the faces of those who were already seriously injured became even paler. If this went on, their cultivation would be sucked dry by the array and they would die. Lone Moon was also anxious. Damn it, why wasn't Shining here yet? She's so unreliable at this critical moment. Just as he was thinking, Radish, who was on his leg, suddenly spoke. Ugly, I feel like someone is pulling me. Lone Moon diverted his attention to look. Indeed, there was a faint black chi surrounding Radish. Even his primordial spirit was becoming unstable. This is demonic chi. At the Invincible Sect. Boss, what's wrong? Shining looked at Lan Hua, who was frowning. Lone Moon seems to be restrained by something. The heart entrapment array might not be able to pull him over. And it seems like he's not the only one there. It must be Little Bird and the others. Biao Ting said anxiously. Celestial Emperor Lan Hua, try again. Lan Hua's frown deepened. I can feel that their auras are very chaotic. They must have encountered some danger. But I'm not sure what is restraining them. If we pull them over by force, I can't guarantee that the others will succeed except for Radish. Didn't you say they were in danger? We can't care so much now. Biao Ting urged. Save as many as you can. Kindness. Lan Hua looked at Shining. Shining and Chef exchanged a look and nodded. Pull. Lan Hua mobilized his demonic chi and activated the heart entrapping array once again. This time, he used all of his power and used all of his demonic chi to control the array. He followed Radish's aura. Following that, the strong restraining force came over. It was like a tug of war, trapping the people on the other side. Lan Hua took a deep breath and activated the array. The entire back mountain was covered in black qi. The green immortal herbs on the ground withered in an instant. The restraining force was getting stronger. Lan Hua gritted his teeth and changed his hand seal, pulling the people over by force. In the next moment, a red light flashed in the pit where Radish was. With a thud, something fell from the sky, instantly filling up the pit below. Then, with a splat, another figure appeared beside the pit. Success! Everyone was overjoyed. They rushed over. Radish, Wait, there are 2 radishes. Next to the radish, a carrot that was a size bigger than the radish suddenly grew out. Chef. Yes. Radish, when did it get pregnant? Shining. The leaves on Radish's head shook. A familiar voice sounded. You finally showed up. Shining, Qing, Lan Hua, the others, who? Are you blind? I'm Lone Moon. Holy shit. Before Lone Moon could finish, he glanced at himself and suddenly let out a deafening cry. What's going on? How did I become a radish? Where's my body? Shining asked tentatively, Father. Nyo. What the hell did you do? Lone Moon was going crazy. Everyone subconsciously took a step back. Wait. This is Invincible Sect. How did I get here? Everyone turned to look at a certain someone in the array. Lan Hua. Damn. What has this got to do with me? How did he know that it was only a primordial spirit? But that was not all. In the next moment, there was a series of thuds, thuds, thuds. One by one, radishes emerged from the ground like bamboo shoots after the rain. Red, white, purple, green, all sorts of colors. They even formed a circle in a very orderly manner. How did we get here? Weren't we at the Emperor Ascension stage just now? What is this place? Why is there so much demonic qi? Is this another one of Xan Han's schemes? This place looks familiar. Exalted Goddess, why are you here too? I'm a chicken. Exalted Goddess, I'm a bird. I'm a bird. Everyone, Chef. Master. I just remembered that I haven't had dinner. Why don't we go back first? Yes, Master, no problem, Master. Lone Moon jumped out of the pit in anger. You two, get the hell back here. Chapter 2:11. Because Lone Moon and the others' bodies were trapped, and because Lan Hua forcefully activated the array, the two sides were pulling on each other. Therefore, apart from Radish, Lan Hua's primordial spirit was also pulled over. He also attached himself to the immortal plant at the back of the mountain. That was why he became Radish. Coincidentally, the array that bound Lone Moon also bound the others. Their auras were connected. Therefore, it was very obvious that there would be a lot of them. Buy 2 get 7 free. He had pulled all the people in the formation over. Sect Master Shin, we still need to save one more person, Chen Gu said anxiously. Xian Tong. Xian Tong is still there. Lone Moon turned his head and counted. Indeed, Xian Tong was not among the radishes. Is he not in the same formation as you? Lan Hua asked. She's in the heart of the array. She's not being suppressed like us. Chen Gu answered. Besides, Xan Han used her as a sacrifice. She's in danger. Her aura isn't connected to yours, so she can't come over. Lan Hua frowned. Besides, her situation is special. It's not her own body. Unless I find something related to her soul or essence soul and reactivate the array, there's nothing I can do. Chen Ji's entire carrot turned white. Yi Qing and Shining exchanged a look. Their souls were related. Yes. What? Hence, each of them kicked Shingu into the radish pit. Boss Lan, activate the formation. Thus, a minute later, there was another radish spirit in the ground. 5 minutes later. Radish, who finally understood their own situation, was in a complicated mood. Although they had escaped from the Emperor Ascension stage, they were still in the same boat. However, it was only their primordial spirits that came over. Their bodies were still there. This proved that the formation was still working. The few of them became even more worried. However, they were still part of the Celestial Emperor Legion, so they immediately started discussing how to deal with the situation. Although our primordial spirits are here, our bodies are still trapped in that array. We have to hurry to the Emperor Ascension stage. But that formation is really strange. It can even absorb cultivation bases. Can we really break through it? Zichen had planned this a long time ago. He must have been planning to use us to open the realm gate since the birth of the divine weapon 1,000 years ago. I think he was the one who arranged for his daughter and Xayan Han to descend to the lower realm. How could there be such a coincidence that she fell into the same realm as Bai Ti's daughter? That's right. He probably had his eyes on Bai Qiao's nine-tailed fox fairy and wanted to trick her into volunteering for the array. But what should we do now? Even if we head over now, we'll probably be unable to do anything to Zichen and his master with our current bodies. There is no need to worry about our combat power. The main thing is that we were sent here by the heart entrapping array. The Emperor Ascension stage is thousands of kilometers away from here. We won't be able to get there in time. Also, Lonman's tone darkened. He turned and shouted at the person beside him, Shining. Can you King stop pouring water over my head? Ha! The person holding the kettle behind him was stunned. He tilted his head. Didn't you say you wanted to drink water? It's Radish that says it wants to drink water. I'm Lone Moon. Lone Moon's entire Radish exploded. Look carefully at Radish before you water it, alright? Any more water and you can make kimchi. Oh. You should have said so earlier. Shining scratched her head. Sigh, who asked you to look the same? How are they the same? Even the colors are different, okay? Also, isn't this King your fault? Otherwise, why would they become radishes? I was looking for you. Father no, don't mind the details. Details my ass. How are these King details? They're not even human anymore. It's all my fault. Shining hurriedly retracted her hand. She turned the kettle obediently and poured the water over the radish beside her. Air. Exalted goddess, I'm little bird. Shining, then changed to another one. Exalted goddess, I'm chicken. The next one, exalted goddess, I'm Jia. Shining, Qing, Lan Hua, all the radishes, radish, little missy, I'm radish, I'm radish. Radish, shut up. Lone Moon felt a headache coming on. Why was it still making a fuss about drinking water at a time like this? Pooey. Radish glared at him and used its leaves to take the kettle from Xinying's hands. Cough, that. Chengu coughed softly and changed the topic. Young Emperor Lone Moon is right. Invincible Sect is a long way from the Emperor Ascension stage. By the time we get there, Zichen's array would have been completed. By that time, they would not be able to stop the other party. We can go straight to the heavens beyond heaven first. There's a transportation array at the third heavenly gate that leads straight to the Emperor Ascension stage. That would be much faster, Jizha suggested. No. We won't make it in time. It'll take at least 2 days to get to the heavens beyond heaven. Chenggu shook his head. Then what do we do? Chu Xian was getting anxious. The longer our primordial spirits leave our bodies, the harder it will be for us to return to our bodies. What's more, the array on the Emperor Ascension stage will absorb our cultivation. When that happens, he did not finish his sentence, but all the radishes, people, understood what he meant. Even if they returned by then, who knew how much their cultivation would be reduced? For a moment, everyone was silent. I have an idea. Lan Hua, who was watering the radishes, suddenly spoke up. He scanned the crowd and said mockingly, "It's just that, it depends on whether you believe me or not." The Bite of 10,000 Voids. Lonman's whole radish jumped out of the hole, his face full of excitement. That's right, how could he have forgotten about this spell? Didn't Xian Han use this spell to escape? Lan Hua was a demon. Naturally, he knew it too. That's right. Lan Hua nodded. He scanned the radishes on the ground again and deliberately raised his voice. This array can send people straight to the Emperor Ascension stage. But I can send you there. Just treat it as payment for your food. I won't send anyone else. Why? Humph. Lan Hua snorted. When these celestial emperors attacked me, they all wanted to kill me. Why should I help them? What's more, this is a transportation array of my demon race. Even if I dare to send you there, would they dare to enter? His words were full of sarcasm. The radish's expressions changed. Lan Hua hated the celestial emperors of the 10 directions. Of the 7 people present, all of them had attacked him before. They just did not expect the tables to turn. The situation became awkward. Apart from the green radish, Lan Yu, who was still rolling his eyes. You asked for it back then. Chenggu started to speak. But Shining suddenly pushed Lan Hua. Stop wasting time. Set up the array. All right. Lan Hua raised his hand and conjured a seal. Lone Moon, Iching, the celestial emperors. Didn't they say they wouldn't send anyone? Lan Hua. Son of AB*TCH. He set up the array very quickly. The demonic chi gathered by the heart-entrapping array had not dissipated yet. In less than a moment, black chi appeared in his hand. He waved it in the air. The air in front of him twisted. A tear appeared in the air. Huge amounts of demonic chi flowed out of it. All right. Lan Hua turned and glared at the radishes, his face full of reluctance. Yu Hong, look after the disciples in the sect. Also, send a message to Celestial Emperor by T. Especially about Xian Han using his daughter's previous body as a sacrifice for the array. Yes. Celestial Emperor Biaoting, please look after the primordial spirits of the other celestial emperors. All right, no problem. Biaoting nodded. Lan Hua, look after Xian Tong. Got it. Shining, Iching, let's go. Iching summoned his immortal sword. Together with Shining, he picked up Father Niu from the pit and was the first to fly into the tear. The radishes had no choice but to follow him. When they passed by Lan Hua, they couldn't help but turn around and nod at him. Thank you, Emperor Lan Hua. I didn't expect you to help us despite our past enmity. When this matter is over, I will definitely pay you a visit and apologize. Lan Hua's mouth twitched. Who would want to help you? If not for my kindness, hurry, this array won't last long. Seeing that the ground was full of radishes that did not know each other, and that seemed to want to say something, Lone Moon impatiently urged them. He kicked the last green radish that was moving slowly into the array. He picked up Xian Tong from the ground and entered the array. Lan Lu. He really should have killed him back then. Degree. Chapter 212. Lan Hua's sorcery was quite reliable. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Emperor Ascension stage. The entire Emperor Ascension stage was covered in red light. The light shot up into the sky, blinding. Xan Han stood in the middle of the array, controlling it. Ziqin and Hui Ling stood on the other side, looking like they were protecting him. I didn't expect your primordial spirits to escape. How dare you come back to die? Xan Han noticed them immediately. He recognized the new identities of the celestial emperors and snorted. He looked at them condescendingly. When he saw Shining, his eyes widened. It's you. A look of panic flashed across his face. Then, as if remembering something, he calmed down. The array has been activated. There's nothing you can do, no matter how strong you are. Little Biao, stand guard here. I'm going to save them. I Ching did not want to listen to his nonsense. He summoned his immortal sword and charged forward. Lan Hua flew forward at the same time. He was just about to rush towards the people sitting cross-legged around the array. Suddenly, a golden light flashed within the array. Before the two of them could touch the array, they were thrown out by the light. I Ching was fine. He was only forced back a few steps. Lan Hua's sleeve suddenly burst into white flames. He hurriedly tore off half of his dermic robe to prevent the flames from burning him. But the demonic qi that he had just gathered was instantly dispersed. Lan Hua was shocked. This array could cleanse demonic qi. I didn't expect that the celestial emperors would work together with the demons one day. Xian Han glanced at Lan Hua and laughed coldly. His face was full of glee. It's a pity that the Emperor Ascension stage was set up by the divine race. A demon wants to shake the divine race's heavenly pillar. What a joke. If immortal qi was the nemesis of demonic qi, then divine power was a great poison to demons. This Emperor Ascension stage was set up by the divine race. Celestial Emperor Lan Hua, don't be rash, Chu Xian reminded him worriedly. Lan Hua's expression darkened. He had no choice but to retract the demonic qi around him. I'll do it. I Ching gestured for him to step back. He activated the immortal qi in his body. Sword qi exploded, forming a huge golden sword that slashed towards the light pillar. Humph. It's useless. Xian Han was not the least bit worried. You can't break through the Emperor Ascension stage. With a loud bang, the sword intent that I Ching had used all his strength to attack struck the red pillar of light heavily. The Emperor Ascension stage shook a little, but it did not seem to be damaged at all. There was really no way to break into it. The entire Emperor Ascension stage seemed to be encircled by a red barrier. There was no way to break through it. Since you want to bring more people to die, I'll grant your wish. Xian Han's eyes hardened. He conjured a seal with both hands. Spirit manipulation art. Chenggu exclaimed as he recognized the technique in his hand. The expressions of the other radishes instantly darkened, and they couldn't help but curse, despicable. He actually wanted to control their bodies to attack them. The moment Xian Han cast his spell, everyone in the array suddenly stood up. As if they had received some sort of command, they charged towards I Ching in midair. Young Lord Yi, be careful. Biao Ting shouted. I Ching had no choice but to give up on attacking the light pillar. He turned to defend himself and fought with 4 or 5 figures. Although Xian Han was only controlling their bodies, they were all celestial emperors, except Lone Moon and Sun Shu. What's more, their primordial spirits were not in their bodies. All they knew was to attack. Biao Ting's situation was even worse. On one hand, he had to protect the weak radishes. On the other hand, he had to fend off the crowd. He could not kill them because their bodies belonged to him. Everyone could only defend themselves. If the array was not broken, they would not be able to return to their bodies. Xian Han laughed coldly. He looked at the few of them who were trying their best to defend themselves. His eyes were cold. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I told you, no one can break through this array. Well. Before he could finish speaking, he felt someone tap his shoulder. A familiar voice rang in his ear. You seem to have forgotten about me. Xian Han jumped and spun around, as if he had seen a ghost. You. Why are you here? Impossible. This was a divine array. How could she enter after activating it? How did you get in? I jumped in. Shining pointed at the Dharma artifact that the radishes were standing on. There was no path in between them. She could only jump. No. Impossible. Who are you? Xian Han's eyes bulged in disbelief. Enough, enough, enough. I haven't had dinner yet. Shining reached out to grab him. Xian Han seemed to recall something. His face drained of all color. He wondered if extreme fear could really stimulate one's potential. No. He yelled and used all the immortal chi in his body to retreat. In an instant, he used a few spells. Icicles, fire dragons, wind blades, and lightning bolts flew toward Shining from the Emperor Ascension stage. Although this spell did not affect her at all, Shining was still dazzled by the sudden appearance of this colorful spell. Her outstretched hand naturally slowed down. Her hand, which was originally going to grab onto his shoulder, sank down, as if it had caught onto something. She reached out to grab it, only to hear a swishing sound. Looking down, she saw that there was a strip of cloth in her hand. It was as wide as a palm and embroidered with auspicious clouds. Her mind buzzed. Could this be a belt? She turned to look. Indeed, 3 steps away, a pair of white pants lay on the ground. Xian Han was bare-legged, standing about 10 feet away, still in a state of shock. Shining, Zi Qin, Huiling, Shining pursed her lips. If she said she didn't do it on purpose, would anyone believe her? That. She was just about to return the belt when Father Nyo's exasperated voice came from the air. Shining. What the hell are you doing? Hurry, we can't hold on any longer. On the Dharma artifact outside, the radishes were already surrounded by the bodies controlled by Xian Han. Biao Ting and Lan Hua could not handle them at all. All they could do was shout for help. Shining paused. She was just about to hand the belt over to the radishes when she turned around and threw it in their direction. The belt was a Dharma robe after all. In an instant, it became longer. Like a rope, it wrapped around Father Nyo and the others. She took advantage of the situation and pulled them back into the array. Then, she threw the belt in Yi Qing's direction. For a moment, everyone's bodies that were controlled by the spirit manipulation spell fell to the ground like dumplings. Shining then threw away the belt in her hand. It's your turn. Xian Han subconsciously took a step back. Seeing that Shining was walking towards him, he moved his hand and conjured a seal. Suddenly, a red light flashed under Shinying's feet. An array pattern formed beneath her feet. It was the same array pattern that had trapped everyone on the Emperor Ascension stage. The originally circular formation began to change. The red light once again spread to everyone's feet, including Zi Qin and Huiling. Han, what are you doing? Zi Qin realized that something was wrong. But it was too late. He could not move his body. His cultivation level was being sucked into the array. He could only look at the person opposite him in shock. Shining was stunned. Was this internal strife? Chapter 213. Master, I just finished what you wanted me to do later. Xan Han's expression was cold. He looked at Ziqin as if he was looking at a dead man. What do you mean? Ziqin paled. He snorted, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Don't think I don't know. This array concentrates everyone's cultivation in one place. In other words, even if the gates to the divine realm are opened, only one person can become a god. Isn't Master planning to kill me after everything is done and become a god by himself? You. Ziqin was shocked. Guilt flashed across his eyes. Xan Han. Huiling shouted anxiously. I don't know what he's planning. Why are you doing this to me? I trusted you so much. Little Xian. Xan Han could not bear to see her like this, but he did not undo the array around her. I like you, but you're his daughter. Instead of hating me in the future, why don't? I'm not his daughter. Huiling panicked. She no longer looked as innocent as before. I've already reincarnated. What happened in my past life has nothing to do with me. That's not important. Don't worry. Once I become a god, I'll find a way to bring you back to life. No. Xan Han ignored her. He looked at the people who had been pulled back and Shining, who was standing in the array. His earlier panic disappeared and he said excitedly, It's been hard on you to send these array cores back so that I can set up a new array. Then you and these people will open the gates to the divine realm together. You'll use up all your cultivation and die. He conjured a seal with both hands and reactivated the array. His smile widened, as if victory was already in his grasp. If only, not for the fact that he was barefooted. Straight face, how does this ancient divine array feel? He looked elated. No matter how high your cultivation is, you won't be able to get out. Before he could finish his sentence, Shining, who had not felt anything at all, looked down at her feet and took a step forward. Xan Han, the father and daughter, everyone, how? How can this be? Xan Han looked as if he was hallucinating. This is the divine race's array. How could this be? Impossible. Is it very powerful? Shining tilted her head, a look of confusion flashing across her face. Let me try. As she spoke, she suddenly squatted down, clenched her fist, and punched the ground playfully. There was a cracking sound and a crack the width of a finger appeared. In the next moment, the entire Emperor Ascension stage started to fall like dominoes. The sound of cracking could be heard. With Shining as the center, cracks started to appear one after another. They spread out in all directions and covered the entire Emperor Ascension stage in no time. The red formation above them collapsed immediately, and the red light was extinguished. Everyone who had lost control of their bodies fell to the ground one after another. Even the pillar of light that had shot straight into the sky transformed into countless specks of red light before disappearing into thin air. The quality isn't that great either. Shining shook her head. Everyone, no. Xan Han looked at the spot where the light pillar had disappeared, his face crumbling. Heavenly pillar, realm gate. Impossible. He was clearly just one step away from opening the door to the divine realm and becoming a god. Master, are you all right? The array disappeared. I Ching was the first to fly down from the sky. Just as he was about to land, he saw the cracks on the ground and immediately pulled Shining onto his sword. Shining brushed the dust off her hands. Biao Ting also flew down with the radishes. Why did it take so long this time? Lone Moon jumped onto their swords and glared at Shining. Didn't they usually settle it in 1 or 2 minutes? This time, it took 5 minutes. You dared to destroy the array for becoming a god. Xian Han's eyes were bloodshot. He looked as if he had lost his mind. He glared at Shining. You deserve. Pfft. Before he could finish his threat, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked down and saw a hand piercing through his chest. It was Zichen's hand. Ah! Hui Ling was also shocked by Zichen's sudden attack. She screamed, her face pale, but she did not go over to help Xian Han. You, good disciple, I forgot to tell you. The Emperor Ascension stage is indeed a heavenly pillar, but it cannot open the door to the divine realm. Seeing Xian Han's shocked expression, Zichen smiled even wider. Because there is no array on the Emperor Ascension stage. There is a seal. With that, he pulled out Xian Han's primordial spirit from his body. The thick immortal chi surrounding Zichen disappeared in an instant. A black aura surged. You are. Xian Han said the last two words and then stopped. His face was still full of shock. This is demonic chi. Biao Ting exclaimed. He looked at the person who had suddenly transformed. Zichen was a demon. How could this be? He's a sky fiend. Lan Hua's eyes widened. Only a sky fiend could disguise his demonic chi as immortal chi. Zichen's demonic chi surged. He turned to face the crowd and said, I have to thank all of you for helping me destroy the Emperor Ascension stage. That's how I broke the seal. With that, he struck the Emperor Ascension stage beneath his feet and extinguished the last trace of red light. With a loud bang, the Emperor Ascension stage shattered into pieces. The next moment, huge amounts of demonic chi rose into the sky, gushing out endlessly. In an instant, the entire heavens beyond heaven was filled with demonic chi. The sky darkened. Get out of here! Lan Hua shouted. He led the people who had found their bodies and rushed out of the Emperor Ascension stage. But the demonic chi spread even faster. The radishes stared in shock at the demonic chi in front of them. There was too much. They had never seen so much demonic chi before. It was as if they were in the demonic realm. Everything was dark. They heard Zichen's maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. It's been hundreds of thousands of years. I've finally broken the seal. His voice was getting more and more maniacal. What's that? Someone exclaimed. They turned around and saw a huge amount of demonic chi gathering at the spot where the Emperor Ascension stage used to be. The demonic chi shot up into the sky and seemed to solidify into something. A moment later, a huge object appeared in front of them. It looked familiar. Lonman's nervous heart dropped back into his stomach. The corner of his mouth twitched as he nudged the person next to him. I Ching, am I seeing things? That's right. I suddenly want to go home for dinner. The demonic chi in front of them finally took shape. Everyone finally recognized what it was. Why is it a door? The door to the demonic realm. That's the door to the demonic realm. So this is what he said was sealed in the Emperor Ascension stage. He didn't capture us to become gods. He captured us to break the seal on the demonic realm. The radishes who did not know the truth turned pale. Ha 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 ha. Zichen's laughter became even more maniacal. The seal has been broken. It's time for the demonic realm to unify the three realms. As soon as he finished speaking, they heard a creak. The huge black door slowly opened. More and more demonic chi surged out of the door. A voice that seemed to come from hell swept across the entire sky beyond heavens with a chilling intent. Who has summoned me? Zichen became even more excited. He directly knelt down in front of the half-open door. Greetings, my king. Could it be that the person behind the door is? Everyone's faces turned even paler. It was as if they did not dare to voice their guess. The door opened wider and wider. Finally, it was wide enough for two people to fit inside. A tall, pitch-black figure appeared behind the door. No one could see his face clearly. However, following his line of sight, a bone-chilling aura pressed down on everyone's primordial spirit. They could not resist at all. If not for the fact that everyone's cultivation level was high, they would have been severely injured. Until that gaze landed on Xining. "Hey! Little Black." She raised her hand in greeting. The person behind the door seemed to freeze. Even the demonic chi around them stopped. Everyone was silent for 2 seconds. The next moment, there was a loud bang. The demonic door that was just wide enough for two people to fit inside was slammed shut by the person behind the door. Xining, Ziqin, the radishes who did not know the truth. What was going on? The Invincible Sect Trio and Chingu, sigh, we really should go back for dinner. Chapter 2:14. Ziqin had planned for hundreds of thousands of years and finally managed to come up with a big move. His companions in the celestial world were all stunned. For a time, the surroundings were abnormally quiet. Even the demonic aura that was still spreading seemed to have frozen, no longer spreading. No one could react to what had happened. 5 minutes later, Xining glanced at the tightly shut gates of the demonic realm in front of her, raised her hand and knocked on the door. "Little Black, open the door." "I don't want to." A frightened voice came from behind the door. "Come out first, I have something to ask you." "No, I don't want to go out anymore." Sob, 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 so scary. "Why are you crying?" "I won't hit you." "Really?" "It's true." "Really? Really? It's true." "Really, really, really, if you talk any more, I'll slap you right now." As soon as he finished speaking, the door creaked open. It was still that black-robed demon king with a pair of blood-red eyes. The surrounding demon chi was even more shocking. However, compared to the domineering aura he had a moment ago, the current him seemed exceptionally well-behaved. His eyes were slightly misty, and his hands were neatly placed on his knees. Even his shameful figure was shorter than before. "Why are you kneeling on the ground?" Xining glanced at the person on the ground. The demon king shuddered before replying seriously, "Exalted goddess, I feel that kneeling on the ground and looking at you is especially impressive." Xining, everyone, why did she suddenly have the urge to light a candle for Ziqin? The corner of Xinying's mouth twitched. She threw Ziqin, whom she had just killed, over to him. "Tell me, what's going on?" The demon king immediately distanced himself from her and took 2 steps to the side. "Exalted goddess, I'm really innocent. I don't know anything. I just sensed that someone was summoning me, so I came over to take a look. I didn't know that the immortal world was behind this door. If he had known, he wouldn't have opened it even if he was beaten to death." "You mean?" Xinying's voice deepened. "There are many more doors like this." The demon king's face paled, and cold sweat immediately poured out. But, maybe. Yes. Oh no, he had let it slip. Yi Qing, who was at the side, immediately reacted, and his heart sank. Indeed, although this door looked exactly the same as the one in Invincible Sect, this was the Emperor Ascension stage. It was obvious that it was not the same door. In other words, there was more than one gate leading from the immortal realm to the demon realm. "How many more of these doors are there?" Yi Qing asked. The demon king gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to reply, Ziqin, who was lying on the ground, finally reacted. He had a look of disbelief as he said, "My king, what are you doing?" "As long as you give the order, the demon world's army will unify the three realms just around the corner, so why? Shut up. The Demon King sent a wave of suppressive might sweeping over, directly pressing him back to the ground. You little b*tch, you still want to trick me. How could he still have a demon realm army? The 10 sky fiends had long been wiped out, and they were still lying in the demon palace groaning and recuperating from their injuries. Exalted goddess, listen to my explanation. The Demon King was on the verge of tears. He looked at Shining weakly and said, these were all done by the previous Demon King. It was he who wanted to unify the three realms, so he sent some of his clansmen to hide in the three realms. Not just in the celestial realm, but in the lower realms as well. All of them were tamed demons, and once the realm gate opened, they could directly summon the Demon King. But I really don't know exactly how many there are. He quickly confessed everything in one breath. You mean there are other demons in the immortal realm? Lone Moon was shocked. There should be, right? He nodded, then continued, the lower realm is not a good place, so the previous Demon King always wanted to conquer the immortal realm. It's just that 1,000,000 years ago, the immortal realm and the divine realm were connected. That's why I haven't found a chance to act. Lone Moon thought about it carefully and understood the whole story. In the past, the devil race did not dare to attack the immortal world because of the god race. After that, the god world and the immortal world fell out, but in the end, they left behind the Emperor Ascension stage and sealed the door to the demon world. The Demon King was not satisfied, so he sent some people to secretly cause destruction, wanting to open the realm gate. Zichen was one of them. It was just that he had prepared for so many years, and the demon race had already changed. At the last critical moment, he met Shining, the cheat. For a moment, he did not know whether he should be happy for the immortal realm, or mourn for Zichen. Can you find these people? Shining asked. Yes, yes, yes. The Demon King immediately nodded his head like a little chick. The exalted goddess's orders, he definitely could, definitely could, definitely could. All right then, within 3 days, think of a way to call all your people back. Shining waved her hand and said, in the future, manage your territory well, don't come out and wander around if you have nothing to do. Yes, exalted goddess, no problem, exalted goddess. All right, you can go. Yes, exalted goddess. Only then did the Demon King heave a sigh of relief. He immediately got up, picked up the fainted Zichen, and with a whoosh, disappeared through the door. 3 days later. The Demon King was quite efficient in his work. He took out a heavenly devil order, which was an artifact used to summon demons. In less than a day after he took it out, people began to gather at the gate of the demon realm to report. Among these people, some looked like insignificant little immortals, some were famous immortals in the immortal realm, and one of them was even a country emperor. Although they were not sky fiends, they all had their own ways to hide their identities. The more the celestial emperors saw, the more frightened they became. If not for Shining, perhaps it would not be long before the immortal realm really fell into the hands of the demon world. All of these people were brought back to the demon world by Little Black. The crisis was considered resolved. Zichen was also brought back to the demon world. Thinking about the Demon King's expression, he probably did not end up well. The only one who had not been dealt with was Huiling. What she had done was not considered a big deal, but it was not a small matter either. It was not because of her, and she was more or less influenced by Axian Han. But it was an indisputable fact that she had betrayed her master and stolen the divine artifact. No one else could say anything. The one who was most qualified to deal with this, and also the one who suffered the most, was Gu. So the celestial emperors directly handed her over to him. Remove her immortal bones, destroy her cultivation, and send her back to the lower realm. Chen Ji's expression did not change. Word by word, he stated Hui Ling's punishment, but his voice was cold. She came from the lower realm. Now, she has returned to where she belongs. As for what happens in the future, it depends on her fate. Chen Jiyi's punishment seemed to be extra lenient. But to Hui Ling, it was the most severe punishment. Who would want to reincarnate and become a mortal again after becoming an immortal? What's more, people who had their immortal bones removed could not cultivate again. A mortal's lifespan was less than 100 years. To Hui Ling, who was once an immortal, this was worse than death. It seemed that her previous actions had completely chilled Chen Jiyi's heart. He no longer had the slightest bit of indulgence towards her. Young Emperor Lone Moon, what do you think of this? Chen Gu turned to look at Red Radish. What does it have to do with me? Lone Moon glared at him. The anger he had been suppressing for the past few days exploded out. Let's put this aside for now. Didn't you say that I can change back as soon as I find my body? Why am I still a radish? The corner of Chen Jiyi's mouth twitched. He said in a low voice, Young Emperor, our bodies are badly injured. If we let our primordial spirits return to our bodies, our injuries will worsen. We have to think about this carefully. We can't rush it. All right. Even if we have to wait for our bodies to recover before we can go back, then. He took a deep breath and turned to stare at the radishes in the room. Why are you still here? The fight was over, shouldn't they go back? Why the hell were they still staying at Invincible Sect? Watering them didn't cost money. All the radishes froze. Father Nyo, it's not good for them to go back just like that. Shening interrupted. They were celestial emperors after all. Shut up. Lone Moon glared at her. If you hadn't beaten our bodies up so badly. Do we need to be like radishes and play with them every day? Shening paused. Weren't you the one who asked me to beat them up faster that day? I asked you to beat that bastard Xan Han. Who asked you to use your belt to whip us? Wasn't that to save you? You're the one who's weak, blame me. Save your ass. Is that considered saving? When they came back to check, they found out that 8 out of the 9 people had their meridians broken and their immortal bones damaged because she had used her belt to whip them. The only one who was not too bad was Xian Tong. But because she was a fox, Xan Han did not control her body to attack them. She only lost too much blood in the sacrificial array. So now she was back in her fox body and the others were still radishes. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He could not suppress his anger. Also, move that stupid pot away from my head. Don't pour it on me anymore. Are you F***king colorblind? I said I'm not a radish, I'm not. Shening, Yiqing, all the celestial emperors, their primordial forms were damaged and they could not return to their bodies for the time being. What's more, 6 of the 8 radishes were celestial emperors. Those with lower cultivation levels might suffer if they tried to heal their bodies. The only one who could do it was Little Biao. But he did not know how long it would take to heal them one by one. Finally, he thought of a more efficient way. Since all the celestial emperors' primordial spirits are in the immortal herbs. The immortal herbs are wood elemental and have healing properties. Why don't we infuse our bodies with this aura? Biao Ting said seriously. What's more, earth and wood are interdependent. We can use this method to heal them. There's living soil in the back mountain. Living soil is immortal soil. It can help. Speak human language. Shening interrupted. Oh, I mean bury them with their bodies in the back mountain. Maybe they'll grow together with the radishes. All the radishes fell silent. But they had to try anything now. So they hugged their bodies and planted them in the back mountain. Perhaps they were traumatized by the Emperor Ascension stage. They planted themselves neatly in a circle, exactly the same as when they were first trapped. Little Biao's method was indeed useful. With the help of the immortal veins in the back mountain and the living soil, their bodies could slowly sense the movement of their meridians. Then, they could guide them to heal themselves. In order to speed up their recovery, they dug out immortal veins one by one and planted them in their bodies. In an instant, the immortal qi and invincible sect exceeded that in the heavens beyond heaven. Under the nourishment of so many immortal veins, their bodies started to heal at a visible rate. What's more, the immortal herbs that only matured once in thousands and tens of thousands of years matured in less than 2 to 4 hours. The disciples' hands were sore from collecting so many vegetables. Seeing this, Lone Moon silently put away his small abacus that he had planned to calculate their accommodation fees. They were buried in the back mountain for half a month. Their bodies had mostly recovered. Just as they were about to fully recover, an unexpected piece of news came from the heavens beyond heaven. What? Huiling escaped. Lone Moon was shocked. Chen Ji's expression darkened. He was not in a good state to go back. That was why Huiling was escorted back by Biao Ting and locked in the immortal prison. Usually, he dealt with matters in Feng Tsang only through the communication talisman. He did not expect Huiling to escape from the immortal prison. Given her cultivation, she could not have broken through the immortal prison's array. Who helped her? It's. The voice in the communication talisman lowered and said hesitantly, Celestial Emperor, it's Lu Ming. What? Chen Gu was shocked. His face was full of disbelief. Half of the radish was red with anger. He knew that Lu Ming and Huiling were close, but he did not expect him to disobey his master's orders. This traitor. He had only taken in 2 disciples in his life. He did not expect one to be worse than the other. Even the other radishes in the pit looked at him sympathetically. Chen Gu took a deep breath to suppress his anger. In a low voice, he said, Where did they escape to now? No, they did not escape. The voice in the communication talisman became even weaker. What do you mean? The voice in the talisman paused. After a while, it continued with some uncertainty. Lu Ming said that the Celestial Emperor was harmed by the traitors of Invincible Sect. It is unknown whether he is dead or alive. The person who ordered junior sister Huiling to be locked up is definitely not the Celestial Emperor himself. That is why he wants to contact all the country emperors to avenge the Celestial Emperor. Chen Gu, Lone Moon, all the radishes, they did not expect Huiling to have such a trick up her sleeve. Her intelligence was many times higher than before when she was completely in love. She was the one who knew where Chen Gu was and what had happened to him. Now she was using the excuse of avenging him as an excuse. It was obvious that she wanted to use this excuse to get rid of Chen Gu while he was injured and replace him. Was she going to take a gamble because she knew that she could not escape punishment? Everyone's minds turned and they understood immediately. They looked at Chen Gu with even more sympathy. They could not help but feel glad that they did not blindly take in disciples because they had nothing better to do. But, he wanted to attack Invincible Sect just because he had some country emperors on his side. Was there something wrong with his brain? Although Chen Gu was a radish now, Lan Hua, Biao Ting and Yi Qing were not to be trifled with. What's more, there was Shening. All the radishes were just about to discuss the intelligence of Chen Ji's disciple when Yu Hong rushed over. Panting, she said, Elder Lone Moon, many unfamiliar immortals suddenly appeared at the foot of the mountain. They are shouting that they want to avenge the Celestial Emperor. I know. They are the people of the various country emperors. Lone Moon nodded. Inform little Biao, no. Before he could finish, Yu Hong shook her head. They are from Feng Tian. What? Blackbird almost jumped out of the pit he was in. Why would people from Feng Tian come here? Fairy little Hong, are you sure? That's right. Yu Hong said confidently. They are all demon immortals. They say they are here to avenge you. I told them that you were fine, but they refused to listen. Blackbird looked confused. He was not even dead. What kind of vengeance was this? It's over, it's over. These people are dragging me down. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. A transparent protective shield appeared in the sky above Invincible Sect, encircling the entire sect. This was the protective mountain array. Someone was attacking. Blackbird felt his anus tighten. Holy shit, those bastards really dared to come up. Before they could regain their senses, they saw a large number of immortals flying towards them. They were so dense that they occupied half the sky. Not only Feng Tian in the east, but also Yun Zhe in the west, Yun Hai in the north, Chang Nuo in the south. Apart from Biaoting's Qingzhe continent, all the immortals from the other continents were here. What's more, they surrounded Invincible Sect in unison. The faces of the radishes, who were watching a good show just now, darkened in unison. They were going to die, they were going to die, they were going to die. Chapter 2:15. The sky above Invincible Sect was already filled with immortals, all of them brimming with immortal qi. Apart from Hui Ling and Lu Ming, the others were all famous immortals from various continents. The weakest of them was a Stygian immortal. The strange thing was that none of the country emperors of Fengcang had come. Behind them were a few immortals whom they had never seen before. Their cultivation levels were very low. The immortals came in a menacing manner. Without any explanation, they began to attack. All kinds of spells were cast, and the entire sky was filled with the light of different spells. But as soon as they were released, they were all blocked by the protective mountain array outside. Not a single person could rush in. After all, it was Lan Hua who had personally set up the protective mountain array. The country emperors of young emperors and immortal emperors would not be able to rush in quickly. All the disciples of Invincible Sect had already gathered at the square in front of the palace. Biao Ting was alarmed as well. He looked at the densely packed immortals in the sky. What was going on? Were they collectively seeking death? Everyone, Invincible Sect has wild ambitions. In order to unify the immortal world, they set up an array to plot against the emperors, causing them to fall. The immortals are usually protected by the emperors. Now that they are in trouble, we must avenge them. A male voice suddenly rang out in the sky, spreading through the entire Invincible Sect. In an instant, the immortals in the sky became even more agitated. They all began to shout for revenge. Don't spout nonsense. Biao Ting retorted angrily. His voice carried the immortal pressure of a celestial emperor, immediately suppressing the voices of the immortals. Who told you that the emperors have fallen? Perhaps they felt the immortal pressure of a celestial emperor, but the immortals who were attacking the protective mountain array stopped. Biao Ting flew up and looked at the immortals in the sky through the array. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there were no demon immortals from Qingzhe. He turned to look at the two people in the lead and frowned. It's you. Wasn't this the traitor under Chenggu? Emperor Biao Ting, you don't have to act. Lu Ming did not seem to be afraid of his identity at all. He snorted and said, Invincible Sect dared to do such a thing, naturally they would find an ally. You are in cahoots with them. You're just a minor gold immortal. Don't spout nonsense. Biao Ting's expression darkened and his immortal aura pressed down on Shining. Everyone in the Invincible Sect, especially Sect Master Shin, is a benevolent and righteous immortal. The things you said were clearly done by the woman beside you. Now that the matter had been exposed, were they going to push the blame onto the exalted goddess? I'm indeed on good terms with Invincible Sect, but that's out of my own will. I'm relying on my own abilities to cozy up to Invincible Sect, it's none of your business. Lu Ming was forced to take a step back by his immortal pressure. He panicked and hurriedly turned to look behind him. Emperor Bai Ti, you've seen it for yourself. Invincible Sect is indeed colluding with Qing Zhe. The immortals made way for him, and one of them flew forward. Bai Ti. Biao Ting was shocked as well. Why was he here? Emperor Biao Ting. Bai Ti frowned and looked at him hesitantly. Were you really behind the deaths of the rulers? Who said the rulers were dead? Biao Ting looked at him as if he was an idiot. Bai Ti, you don't really believe what they're saying, do you? Don't tell me you don't know what kind of person Exalted Goddess Shen of the Invincible Sect is. If the Exalted Goddess wanted to unify the immortal world, why would she need to scheme? With one word, they would all have to kneel down, all right. Bai Ti really did not know. He only looked down warily at Yi Qing, who seemed to be counting the number of people. Are you saying that the rulers are fine? Bai Ti was even more hesitant. Actually, when Lu Ming said that the Invincible Sect had schemed against the rulers, Bai Ti was also suspicious. But when he looked around, he found that the other rulers were indeed not in their respective palaces. He already owed the Invincible Sect a favor. Seeing that the immortals from all the continents had all come here, he was afraid that something irreparable would happen. That was why he followed them. Of course they're fine. Biao Ting shook his head and pointed to Hui Ling, who was standing beside Lu Ming. It was this woman who deceived her master and trapped everyone. It was the Invincible Sect who saved the rulers. They're just recuperating here. They'll be able to go back in a few days. Nonsense. My junior sister did not do such a thing. Lu Ming retorted loudly. He laughed coldly and said, if it's really as you say, then why don't we invite the rulers to come out and confront them face to face? Biao Ting was speechless. If those radishes could come out, he wouldn't have the chance to persuade this bunch of brainless immortals. Not to mention how embarrassing their image was now, just based on the fact that they had no combat power at all. They could not guarantee that they would be schemed against by immortals with evil intentions and really die. That was also why they would rather stay in the Invincible Sect than return to the heavenly palaces. At least they would not have to worry about their safety if they stayed here. Everyone. Lu Ming continued to incite the immortals behind him. My junior sister saw the Invincible Sect colluding with Celestial Emperor Qing Zhe to scheme against the rulers. It wasn't easy for her to escape and report to us. Now that Biao Ting is here, it's the best proof. What's more, their evil deeds are not just that. With that said, he turned to Hui Ling beside him and said softly, Junior sister, don't be afraid. Tell everyone what they did. Hui Ling glanced at Biao Ting, a hint of panic flashing across her eyes. She immediately retracted her gaze, pretending to be frightened. However, her voice could still be heard clearly. I saw Invincible Sect Master Shen colluding with the demons to set up an array on the Emperor Ascension stage, trapping all the celestial emperors. She even wanted to open the gates to the demonic world. As soon as she finished speaking, there was an uproar. The demons were actually involved. No wonder the rulers fell to their evil schemes. Recently, there's suddenly a lot of demonic chi in the heavens beyond heaven. Could it be that the gates to the demonic world have already been opened? As immortal cultivators, they colluded with the demons. We have to get rid of these scum. That's right, we have to avenge the celestial emperors. In an instant, the immortals who had just quietened down became excited again. King retards. Biao Ting was so angry that his liver hurt. Suddenly, he did not want to care about these people who were courting death. They could do whatever they wanted. After all, the ones lying on the ground were not Qing Zhe's immortals. I advise you to quickly surrender. Lu Ming's expression darkened. He looked at the angry crowd and said, "Otherwise, the immortals will have to fight." Everyone. Hui Ling also stepped forward. Something flashed across her eyes. With a kind and worried expression, she said, "This could be the idea of Sect Master Shin and the others. I think, most of the disciples of Invincible Sect are innocent. The important thing is to hand over Sect Master Shining and the 10 Directions divine weapon that they took away. We will not make things difficult for the others." She deliberately mentioned the 10 Directions divine weapon. Indeed, when the crowd heard that, their eyes lit up and they all began to shout. "That's right. Hand over that bastard Shin and the divine weapon. The divine weapon must not fall into the hands of the demons. Yes, hand over that Shin." Before the crowd could finish shouting, thousands of beams of white light suddenly lit up from the ground below Invincible Sect. They covered the sky and the earth and pounced towards the crowd, carrying with them an oppressive aura. Many people were unable to dodge in time and fell from the sky on the spot. Even Biao Ting was almost hit. When he looked closely, he realized that it was a sky full of sword rain. Everyone fell silent. Young Emperor Yi Qing. Biao Ting was stunned. He looked at Yi Qing, who suddenly flew up, the sword in his hand still emitting sword qi. Behind him were more than 10 disciples, all of them golden immortal to mystic immortal cultivation. The highest was only a Stygian immortal. He looked straight at the immortals outside the array, his expression a little excited. "Cut the crap." Yi Qing pointed his sword in the direction of Hui Ling and Lu Ming. "If you can fight, don't talk nonsense." Biao Ting. He always thought that only exalted goddess Shin was violent. So everyone in Invincible Sect was like this. Sword chi exploded from Yi Qing's body. 6 immortal swords condensed behind him, each with a threatening sword chi. Even through the array, the immortals could feel the aura that seemed to penetrate their hearts. In the next moment, the 6 immortal swords once again turned into sword rain. Thousands of immortal swords lined up in a row, their tips pointed at the immortals. Where's exalted goddess Shin? Biao Ting looked around and realized that Shining was not around. His expression changed. Was it really okay not to ask exalted goddess to come along? Master has important matters to attend to. It's not convenient for her to come, Yi Qing said in a low voice. We are enough. Then, wait for Yi Qing. Don't rush. Before he could finish, Yi Qing waved his hand. Do it. Yes. All the disciples replied in unison. Wait, there are thousands of immortals here. Thousands of swords shot out at once. They were about to rush out of the array. Suddenly, a familiar and loud voice came from the back of the hall. Chef, just as he was about to rush out of the formation, he stopped in midair with a click. Even the rain of swords in the air froze. Master. Biao Ting heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, someone was here. However, the voice just now rang out loudly again. Where did you put the vinegar? I can't find it. Biao Ting, Bai Ti, Lu Ming, everyone, what the hell was vinegar? Wait, why was the exalted goddess sitting in front of the table in the back hall? What was that pile of white stuff in front of her? Dumplings. Didn't she say she had important matters to attend to? Was her important matter to eat dumplings? And the kind where she couldn't find vinegar. Degree, Flip's table. This was a sect battle after all. Why did he feel like he was the only outsider who was nervous? Master, please wait. Yi Qing did not hesitate at all. With a whoosh, he flew down from the sky and burrowed into the kitchen in the back hall. In less than 3 seconds, he came out with a few small plates and placed them in front of Shining. He said seriously, Master, this is vinegar, this is chili, and this is the side dish. Oh, I'm not used to eating dumplings without dipping sauce. Master, do you have any other instructions? No. Go and do what you need to do. Yes, master. So he flew back into the crowd, still looking calm and collected. He held his weapon and looked at the immortals in the sky. Sword Chi flowed in all directions. It was as if the person who ran back to the kitchen to prepare the dipping sauce was not him. Wait a minute. What was he holding in his hand? That was a spatula, right? Attack. Yes. The disciples replied. Without any hesitation, the 10,000 swords shot out in unison towards the crowd of stunned immortals. Biao Ting, wait a minute. Why did they start fighting just like that? Why didn't the disciples have any doubts? It was as if it was normal for him to return to the kitchen midway. Why did the immortals cooperate and wait for him to prepare the dipping sauce before attacking? More importantly, why was it that I Ching was holding a spatula in his hand, but the immortals were still beaten down like dumplings? Did no one think that there was anything wrong with him waving the spatula around? Why? Is identical to. Chapter 2:16. Invincible Sect and the Immortals had already started fighting. But the more they fought, the more shocked the Immortals became. Although there were many Immortals, they did not seem to have the upper hand. Not only was I Ching's sword array too terrifying, he clearly had the cultivation level of a young emperor, but even a country monarch with the cultivation level of an immortal emperor would not be able to gain the upper hand against him. What's more, I Ching still had the time to take care of the other disciples behind him. Although the other disciples of Invincible Sect had lower cultivation levels, but they were all body cultivators. Body cultivators were so rare that these immortals, who had lived for thousands of years, probably had not seen more than 5. Moreover, they had only seen them in the lower realm, not to mention successfully becoming immortals. But here, they were everywhere, women, alive, the kind that could send 4 or 5 people flying with a single punch. Invincible Sect was full of body cultivators. What kind of weird immortal sect was this? The immortals wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. But the punches that landed on them were unbelievably real. There were clearly only 10 or so people on the other side, but the strange thing was that they were evenly matched. Moreover, the protective mountain array behind them was very difficult to deal with. When they were tired, they could retreat to rest and continue fighting. The only one who could break the array, Bai Ti, stood in the air and did not make a move. He looked hesitant. Celestial Emperor Bai Ti, why aren't you making a move? Lu Ming turned and urged. His expression darkened as he added, are you going to watch as the 10 directions divine weapon falls into the hands of the demons? Bai Ti frowned. He looked at I Ching, who was surrounded by more than 10 country emperors, and felt a little tempted. But the next moment, Biao Ting flew up and stood in front of him. Bai Ti, if you really want to make a move, you'll have to get past me first. Celestial Emperor Biao Ting. He stopped in his tracks. He did not know who to listen to, and he became even more hesitant. The situation became even more chaotic. Hui Ling, who had been hiding behind the immortals, had a glint in her eyes. She had somehow avoided the people who were fighting and had circled to the back. Her eyes shone brightly as she looked at a certain spot in the array. Something flashed across her face. While the immortals were fighting, she suddenly took out an item. A white light flashed in her hand and she attacked the array. Her cultivation level was the lowest, not to mention the immortals, even I Ching did not notice her. There was a loud crash, and the protective mountain array surrounding the Invincible Sect exploded like a broken mirror. Everyone was shocked, and then ecstatic. The mountain guarding grand array is broken. It was unknown who shouted, but the immortals reacted and rushed back into the sect. I Ching's heart tightened. He forced the country emperors away with his sword and turned around to fly back. There were only low-level disciples in the sect, not to mention the group of fragile radishes in the back mountain. Yu Hong and the others who were fighting outside the array also reacted and retreated back to the front hall. However, they were still too few in number. Previously, with the array formation, they had no worries, which was why they were able to force them back temporarily. Now that the array formation was broken, the immortals swarmed forward, and they lost their advantage for a moment. Just as the sky full of immortals was about to charge down, a large amount of dense demonic energy suddenly appeared, sweeping towards the immortals like a gale. Those who couldn't dodge in time were directly corroded by the demonic energy, and their bodies were immediately corroded to the bone. Demon race. There really is a demon here. The Invincible sect is indeed in cahoots with the demon race. Lu Ming was right, the Celestial Emperor must have been harmed by them. The immortals cried out, looking at the people of the Invincible sect even more angrily. However, they were afraid of the sudden increase in demonic energy, and did not dare to take another step forward. Why did you come out? I Ching frowned and looked at Lan Hua beside him. Wasn't this causing trouble? You only said that there was an array formation, and I didn't need to come out. Isn't the array formation gone now? Lan Hua glared coldly at the immortals in the sky. What's more, I was the one who set up the protective mountain array. How could I not know that it was broken? Where's Good Heart, is she all right? He scanned the crowd, looking for Shining out of habit, but did not find her. Where is she? It's noon now. Ha! What did she mean? Master is having lunch. Lan Hua's mouth twitched. How could she be a sect master? Forget it, it's good that she's not here. What if something happens? He glanced at the shocked immortals in front of him. Who exactly broke the array formation? It's... I Ching subconsciously looked in the direction where Hui Ling had been just now, but found that she was no longer there. Ha! His heart sank. He scanned with his divine perception, but found that Hui Ling had gone to the back hall. Master! I Ching was shocked. He turned and rushed to the back hall. At the same time, in the back hall, Shining, who was eating dumplings, looked blankly at the green tea that suddenly appeared in front of her. What's the matter? Shining. Hui Ling suddenly gave her a strange smile. She said confidently, you can't escape. Today, I'm going to get rid of you on behalf of the immortal realm. As soon as she finished speaking, Hui Ling suddenly conjured a seal with both hands. Her entire body emitted a blinding white light that swept across the surroundings. Her speed was extremely fast, and it looked like she was about to engulf Shining. At that critical moment, she suddenly reached out with her empty left hand. With lightning speed, she picked up the half-eaten dumplings on the table. The next moment, the two of them and the plate of dumplings disappeared on the spot. All that was left was a table with 3 empty plates. Master! I Ching rushed in, but he was still one step too late. The back hall was already empty. Where did Sect Master go? Yu Hong, who had followed him in, was also confused. What sorcery did that female immortal use just now? I've never seen it before either. Lan Hua frowned, his expression serious. Is she all right? I don't think so. With Good Heart's ability, no. I'm talking about that female immortal just now. Is she all right in the head? She actually dared to challenge their sect master. How brave she was. For all, I really want to watch. Lan Hua, I Ching, in the blink of an eye, Shining felt that the scene in front of her had changed. Beneath her feet was a field of grass. There was nothing around her except for more grass. She could not see the end of it. Green Tea, who had been standing in front of her, had also disappeared. The scenery was a little monotonous. Shining looked around calmly, then ate the dumpling that was still on her chopsticks. It was filled with chives and meat. Shining, you caused me to end up like this. Today is the day you pay for it. Suddenly, Hui Ling's voice sounded. Shining could not tell where it came from. She could not see Hui Ling, but her voice reached Shen Ying's ears. It was as if Hui Ling did not exist in this world, yet she was everywhere. Shining did not answer. She ate another dumpling. Do you know what this place is? Ah. This is the side realm, the gap between the three realms. It does not belong to any realm. It is not even governed by the heavenly Tao. I know you are very powerful. Even the Demon King is no match for you. But this place is endless. Even if you are very powerful, you will not be able to escape. She ate another dumpling. I did not want this to happen either. But you brought this upon yourself. If not for you, I would not have lost my master, my father, and even Xayan Han. You owe me this. She ate another dumpling. Your invincible sect colluded with the demons. None of you are good people. Especially that slut called Xian Tong. She seduced my master. Otherwise, my master would not have been deceived by you and treated me like that. But it doesn't matter now. The immortals will uphold justice for me. They will get rid of you scourges in the immortal realm. She ate another dumpling. Humph. You are about to die and you still have the mood to eat dumplings. Then repent in this side realm forever. I will let you. Stop eating. Shen, are you listening to me or not? Shining paused and ate the last dumpling. She kept her chopsticks and plate and replied, Oh. Do you think the side realm is just like this? She seemed to be very angry and snorted. The next moment, the scene in front of her changed. The grass disappeared and a large patch of lava appeared under Shen Ying's feet. Deviant flames appeared everywhere and rushed towards her. But they could not burn her at all. In a short while, the deviant flames disappeared and a thick layer of ice appeared on the ground. It was as if even the air was about to freeze. Countless icicles appeared and stabbed towards her like thorns. But the moment they touched her body, they shattered. After the ice disappeared, wind came, and then thunder. Every element came again. Shining cooperated and stood where she was. She did not move at all until the surroundings changed back to the grass. Humph. Let's see how long you can last. Hui Ling's voice became even colder. I have already refined this place. In this side realm, I am the master. That's it. Shining tilted her head and narrowed her eyes. Then it's my turn. What? Hui Ling was stunned. Before she could react, Shining, who had been standing where she was, disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, she appeared somewhere in the sky. She suddenly reached out and grabbed at the void, throwing something down. There was a whooshing sound. Suddenly, another figure appeared in mid-air and fell straight down from the sky. With a loud bang, she hit the ground and sank 3 inches into the ground. Hui Ling felt a huge amount of blood rush up her chest. She opened her mouth and spat out blood. Her whole body was in so much pain that she could not move. She did not even dare to think about her injuries. She did not have time to react. Her eyes widened as she looked at Shining. No. Impossible. How could you have discovered me? Shen Ying's mouth twitched. Please. You told her from the start that there was a crack here. You stood next to the crack and said those harsh words for so long. It would be strange if she did not discover you, right? She was not blind. Who, exactly are you? Hui Ling's eyes widened. She still could not believe it. The side realm has already been refined. How could you pull me in? Only I can control this place. Oh, is it because of the necklace on your chest? Shining asked. The second one. Hui Ling's face paled. She subconsciously clutched her chest and moved backward. You. Impossible. How did you know? I don't like to bully girls. Shining sighed. She did not answer. Instead, she raised her hand and slapped Hui Ling. Speak. Who sent you to deal with me? Who is the person behind you? What did you say? Hui Ling was stunned. Panic finally appeared on her face. She struggled with all her might but could not pull herself out of the ground. Instead, because she moved too hard, she kept spitting out blood. What do you mean? Let go of me. Stop pretending. Shining frowned. She had always hated things that required her brain. In this world, my presence has been especially low. Everyone subconsciously ignores my existence. Only you do not. Moreover, from the first time we met, you have been strangely hostile towards me. Now, you want to blame everything on me. These are not things that can be explained by a retard, right? Originally, the people who caught her at the Emperor Ascension stage were Lang and her father. The person who wanted to punish her was Salted Fish. What did it have to do with her? She had only met this green tea 3 times, right? But she went around in a big circle and focused all her hatred on her. This hatred was not only strange, it was also ridiculous. Even Heaven and Earth Great Shift would not dare to do this. Unless, she was the target from the beginning. I don't know what you're talking about. Hui Ling still looked at her in fear. You won't look like me if you continue pretending. Shen Ying's expression darkened. Speaking of this, there is something wrong with my presence. Why is it that the moment I came to this world, only you are immune to it? Unless, the person who pulled me into this world is the same person who ordered you to do this. Speak. Who is he? What did he do to me? What is his motive? What do you want? Hui Ling panicked even more. Looking at the person who suddenly came closer, she screamed in fear. Go away. Shining pulled the necklace off Hui Ling's neck. Or should I ask, who gave you this necklace? I don't know what you're talking about. I picked up the necklace. Give it back to me. Hui Ling's face turned pale. Suddenly, she pulled her hand out of the soil and tried to snatch the necklace back. That's mine. Shining moved her hand away reflexively, but she still touched the red string that was dangling down. In the next moment, the necklace in her hand suddenly emitted a white glow. In an instant, it turned into spots of light and disappeared, leaving only a red string in her hand. My necklace. Hui Ling's eyes widened. Her expression became even more frenzied. No. What have you done? Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her entire body started to emit a white light just like the necklace earlier. Her entire body seemed to be broken into pieces. Her face was filled with extreme fear. She even started to beg for help from the person in front of her. No. I don't want to die from the backlash. Save me, save me, save. Before she could finish speaking, her entire body had disappeared. Even the scene in front of her began to distort. In less than a moment, it was as if a canvas had been removed. Everything disappeared. Shining had already returned to the chair in the back hall of Invincible Sect. In front of her were a few empty plates. She lowered her head to look at her empty hand. After a moment, she frowned. This was no longer interesting. Chapter 217. Master. Yi Qing was the first to notice Shen Ying's return. He wanted to come over but was held back by more than 10 country emperors. Shen Ying had been gone for a long time. Invincible sect's battle was getting more and more difficult. Although the disciples were not weak, the other side had too many people. Especially when the protective mountain array was broken, they had nowhere to retreat. If this went on for a long time, even immortals would get tired. Some of the disciples were even injured. Good heart. Lan Hua used demonic qi to protect a few low-level earth immortal disciples. He turned back and asked, "Why are you only back now? What exactly happened? Hey, are you okay?" Seeing that she did not respond, Lan Hua pushed her. "Why are you in a daze? What's wrong? What's wrong? What else could it be?" Lan Hua glared at her. "Can't you see? Help me." If this went on, these people would really attack the radish field at the back of the mountain. Shen Ying looked up. The sky was full of immortals, flashes of spells and all kinds of weapons. She frowned. This was really a little annoying. For all, hashtag she answered in a low voice, "Oh." Then she got up and picked up a sword that was stuck in the ground and pulled it out. "Good heart, go to the back of the mountain and fend off." Lan Hua was about to say that she should go to the back of the mountain to guard. After all, Lone Moon and the others were there and there was only one array. Before he finished speaking, he felt a weight on his shoulder. She pushed him away. "Excuse me." He lost his balance and was pushed to the ground. "What are you?" He was about to lose his temper when he saw Shen Ying suddenly step forward. She turned the sword in her hand and swung it forward forcefully. It was a very ordinary swing of the sword, but in an instant, the sword transformed into a terrifying sword qi, as if it could split the heavens and split the earth. It swept towards the opposite side. There was a loud boom. A bottomless abyss appeared in the ground. The entire immortal realm seemed to have been split apart by a sword. The huge crack extended forward. The ground shook continuously. Even the sky was distorted, as if it would collapse at any moment. The immortals could not even maintain their flying swords. They fell to the ground. The whole place was silent. Therefore, everyone looked at the bottomless abyss at the foot of the invincible sect mountain in a daze, unable to react for a long time. What just happened? Sigma Q P scram. A voice suddenly rang out. It wasn't loud, but it was especially obvious in the silence. The immortals felt a chill in their hearts, they couldn't help but shiver, all the meridians in their bodies felt like they were frozen. A sense of boundless fear instantly crept into everyone's heart. It was unknown who started it first, but they turned around and flew away on their swords. They did not even turn back to look at who the culprit was. In the next moment, it was as if a switch had been flipped on the immortals who had fallen all over the ground. They all began to fly their swords, burrow into the ground, and summon clouds. They scrambled and scrambled to be the first to leave the invincible sect. In less than a quarter of an hour, they had all left, leaving behind a ground full of dermic artifacts that had not been picked up in time. Thus, the Immortal Alliance's battle against the invincible sect came to an abrupt end just as they were about to win. Apart from the people of the invincible sect, no one knew what had happened. Even the immortals did not know why they had to escape. There was only one thought left in everyone's mind: if they didn't leave, they would die. Winky faced the 10 Directions continent returned to its previous peace. However, there was suddenly an additional crack on the ground that spanned across the entire immortal realm. It was less than 3 feet wide but bottomless. If they were lucky, they could occasionally see the images of the three realms through the crack. Half a month later. There's someone behind Hui Ling's back, and it could be the person who transmigrated us to this world. Lone Moon was shocked and stood up immediately. Yes. Shining picked up the cup on the table and moved it to the side before nodding. You're saying that we were dragged here by someone, and not transmigrated here by accident. Lone Moon looked at her in disbelief. Yes. She continued to nod. Lone Moon glanced at the calm Shining. When did you know about this? I knew from the beginning. She crunched on her fruit. From the beginning. Holy shit. Then why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask. You wouldn't tell me if I didn't ask. Where was the trust between father and daughter? I thought you knew. Which eye of yours saw that I knew? Who could guess such a thing so casually? Shining tilted her head. Didn't you say about the plot? Huh? He was confused. What did she mean? What does this have to do with the plot? The book you're reading. Shining continued to eat her fruit leisurely. Apart from the love scenes, although the process is completely different, aren't the people who appear and the final outcome similar? Lone Moon thought about it carefully. Indeed, all the characters in the plot that he remembered had appeared. Be it the male and female leads, I Ching, and the gate to the demonic realm had indeed appeared in the end. But, what has this got to do with me? I'm not a character in the plot. Precisely because you're not. What do you mean? They were not characters in the book in the first place. Sigh. Shining sighed and put down the fruit that only had the core left. Father Nyo, you keep saying that this book belongs to your niece. Then do you remember which publishing house this book was published by? Who is the author? How much is it priced? Who would pay attention to this when reading a book? He retorted out of habit. All right, even if you didn't pay attention, what about the cover? You should have seen the cover of this book, right? What style is it? Can you tell me more about it? Of course I know this, it's... Lone Moon stopped mid-sentence. The clear image in his mind suddenly became blurry. He really couldn't remember what the cover looked like. You can't remember. Why is that? Because you haven't even read this book, or this book wasn't your niece's in the first place. How is that possible? I clearly saw my niece holding it the entire summer vacation. Is that so? Shining continued. You dote on your niece a lot, don't you? Of course. Although he didn't know why she suddenly asked this, he still nodded habitually. I only have this niece. That's even stranger. Shining glanced at him. You're so rich and you dote on your niece. Yet you let her read a pirated book for the entire summer vacation. Pirated book? How can it be? Father Nyo. She interrupted him, patted his shoulder and said, pornographic articles cannot be published legally. Get rid of pornography and illegal publications, you have to understand it. I already said it wasn't pornographic, alright, it was a little pornographic. Whoa, so. Shining stood up and calmly exchanged the empty plate in front of her with the fruit in his hand. She continued, if you really saw such a book, the only possibility is that someone deliberately let you see it. Lone Moon frowned. You're saying that someone deliberately let me transmigrate into this book. You still think this is the world in the book? Lone Moon hesitated. Isn't it? Is it? Chapter 2:18. Isn't there a saying that a world exists in a flower? It was not strange for a book to have a world, was it? I don't know if a flower has a world, but it's alive. A book is just ink and fiber. Do you think these can give birth to life? Air. She made so much sense that he was speechless. Even if there is a world in a book, it can only be a two-dimensional world. How can a three-dimensional person like you be pulled into it? Shining said as she nibbled on her fruit. Let's take a step back and say that this is really a world in a book. We are not erasers. Why should we change a plot that has already been printed? Lone Moon was stunned. His heart sank. You mean to say that someone in this world wrote this book and then deliberately summoned us into this world? But the plot in the book is about what happened after I transmigrated. Then isn't this a prophecy book? Shining finished. Shit. There were indeed spells that could predict the future. But would there be such a thing as a pornographic novel? But thinking about it, the reason why they could change the plot so easily was because the future was uncertain. Who is that bastard? Did you get anything from Huiling? No. Shining shook her head. She told him about Green Tea's disappearance in detail. Lone Moon's frown deepened. A worry that he had never felt before came over him. This feeling of being controlled by someone else was terrible. The key was that he had no idea who the other party was. Huiling died just like that? Yes. Then do you think Huiling knew? Shining was silent for a moment. She shook her head. I don't think so. Green Tea did not look like she was lying. She really did not know what she was asking. She was just a pawn that was being used without knowing it. Then why did the person behind the scenes want us to transmigrate into this world? The more Lone Moon thought about it, the bigger the mystery became. And that book? What was his purpose in writing this book and telling me about it? Shining frowned. A moment later, she said in a low voice, maybe, to open that door. What door? The door to the demonic realm. Lone Moon's eyes widened in shock. He thought carefully about the plot in the book. The last battle was indeed at the gate of the demonic realm. But before the door was fully opened, it was sealed by I Ching. He had admired the I Ching in that plot from the very beginning. Of course, that was before he became a chef. After knowing the plot, she tried her best to stop him from dying for sealing the gate to the demonic realm. If the book was purposely misleading him, then this should be the result that the author wanted to see. You're saying that the person who caused us to transmigrate is very likely someone from the devil realm? Shining nodded. That's why he instructed Huiling to go to the fringe realm. As long as Shining was not around, no one would be able to stop the demon realm from invading the immortal realm. It was just that the other party might not have expected that Shining could not be trapped in the plane of existence. Lone Moon hurriedly stood up and turned to instruct Yu Hong. Yu Hong, go and look for Lan Hua. Ask him to set up an array and go to the Emperor Ascension stage. Shining had given Little Black 3 days to bring away the demons hiding in the immortal world. Now that a month had passed, the gate should have disappeared. Let's see if the gate to the demonic realm. Before he could finish, the ground shook, and a loud rumbling sound came from far away. Large amounts of immortal chi surged forward, sweeping through the entire main hole. Lone Moon's heart tightened. He had a bad feeling. He exchanged a look with Shining and hurried out of the main hole. The shaking did not stop. It was not just Invincible Sect. Everywhere else was shaking. It was as if the entire world had come to life. The front of the main hall was filled with disciples. Master. Even I Ching, who was cooking, rushed out. He was still holding a spatula in his hand. He turned to look at Shining, then turned to look into the distance, frowning deeply. Did you sense anything? Lone Moon asked hurriedly. I Ching was most sensitive to auras. I Ching raised his spatula and pointed into the distance. The immortal chi is surging over here. It's like it's being chased away by something. I don't know what it is. Chased away. Something fell down, Shining suddenly said. What? Lone Moon was shocked. What th dash, before he finished speaking, a black fog-like object suddenly appeared. It flew towards Shining at an extremely fast speed. Sean, who's there? Yi Qing, who was standing beside Shining, swung his spatula at it. Ow! There was a scream. The whole black fog was slapped out and landed heavily on the stone floor in front of them. Holy shit! Chef, why did you hit me? This voice was, Lone Moon was stunned. He looked at the person who was crawling up from the ground. You're Lan Hua. Of course. Of course it's me. Who else here has demonic chi? He got up angrily and conjured a seal. Instantly, the demonic chi on his body disappeared and he returned to his human form. Why did you release demonic chi for no reason? Lone Moon rolled his eyes. Who could tell who you were with that black fog? You deserve to be beaten up. Who released it? I didn't want to either. It's because... Oh right. He seemed to have remembered something important. He turned to look at Shining and looked her up and down. Good heart, are you all right? Are you missing an arm or a leg? Tell me quickly. Shining, Yi Qing frowned and slapped his unruly hand away with his spatula. Master is fine. What do you mean by that? You're really fine. His face was full of doubt. He frowned. Then why did I suddenly become a sky fiend? Sky fiend. Everyone was shocked. You broke through in your cultivation. That's right. He nodded. Just now, my cultivation suddenly increased and I became a sky fiend. I thought something happened to Good Heart. That's why I came to take a look. Logically speaking, he could only become a sky fiend if he got rid of his last trace of Good Heart. But just now, he and Radish were filling the hole in the back mountain. Suddenly, he rose up. Did anything happen to you just now? The bad feeling in Lone Moon's heart was getting stronger and stronger. No. He shook his head. Suddenly, a lot of demonic chi appeared out of nowhere. I couldn't control it. Indeed, black chi slowly emerged from his body. It looked like he was going to turn into a black fog again. Demonic chi. Lone Moon's eyes widened. His heart sank. He turned to look at Shining and said in a low voice, Lan Hua, set up an array to send us to the Emperor Ascension stage. Hurry. Ha. Lan Hua hesitated. He did not understand what Lone Moon meant, but he still activated his demonic chi to cut through the void. Perhaps because of his breakthrough in cultivation, he set up the array very quickly. In a short while, a black crack appeared in front of them. Let's go. Lone Moon dove into it. The other three hurriedly followed. In an instant, the scene in front of them changed. They were in another world. The moment they stepped out of the crack, the four of them felt a familiar tremor. It was the same as what they felt in Invincible Sect. Only this time, it was much stronger. In the next moment, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. They saw that the sky, which was originally filled with immortal chi, was now so thin that they could barely see it. The void behind the Emperor Ascension stage had suddenly turned black. It was as if the entire sky had been split into two. Half of it was black, and the other half was pure white. Faintly, they could see that in the darkness, there were strange rocks and lava everywhere. It was filled with black fog. It looked familiar. Shen Ying's eyes narrowed. That was... Chapter 219. The Demon Realm. Lan Hua exclaimed, his face full of confusion. As a demon, he could naturally tell what was in front of him. Holy shit! Lone Moon's expression darkened. He wanted to curse out loud. The demon realm had actually appeared here. This was not just a gate to the demon realm. The entire demon realm had fallen down. It was directly connected to the immortal realm. The Emperor Ascension stage was originally at the edge of the heavens beyond heaven. Not far below it was the void. It was also the border of the immortal realm. Beyond that was the void. Now that the demon realm had appeared, it looked like it was directly connected to the immortal realm. No wonder there was such a huge commotion just now. The entire immortal realm shook for an hour without stopping. The immortal realm and demon realm were on the same level. Now that they were connected, it would be strange if there was no commotion. What's going on? I Ching frowned as he looked at the miraculous scene in front of him. Who would have the ability to pull the entire demon realm into the immortal realm? It looks like we can only ask the demon in question. Lone Moon's voice was cold. The four of them turned to stare at a certain figure on the Emperor Ascension stage. The Demon King's body trembled. He suppressed the urge to turn and run. He straightened his stiff body and knelt even more obediently. You did this. Lone Moon pointed at the demon realm that had suddenly appeared and the gate to the demon realm that had split open behind him. I'm innocent, exalted goddess. The Demon King broke out in cold sweat. Tears were about to fall. I don't know what happened either. I've already listened to you and brought all the devils back. But suddenly, this gate split open, and then. I'm here. He did not want to come to the ghost immortal realm. It was easy for him to be the Demon King. Who did he offend? Now that the demon realm and the immortal realm were in the same realm, there was not even a gate. Perhaps he would meet the exalted goddess as he walked. That was too scary. He felt that the entire demon realm was not good. You really didn't do it when the demon realm fell into the immortal realm? Lone Moon was suspicious. It really didn't. The Demon King shook his head furiously. He was no longer a demon with a goal. If I had that ability, I wouldn't have waited until now, right? Let's not talk about how much power was needed to connect the two worlds. Even if he could connect the two worlds, he would still choose the mortal world. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never choose the celestial world. Then who has the ability to do so? Shining suddenly asked. Ah. The Demon King froze for a moment, a confused look on his face. This. I don't know either. Opening the gate to the demon world is already very difficult, let alone connecting the two worlds. I have never seen anyone with such an ability. Unless. His eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something. Someone from the God Realm. God Realm. Everyone was stunned. Yes. The Demon King immediately nodded and said excitedly, back then, the immortal realm and God realm were connected. It's just that they had a falling out after that. The celestial race broke the heavenly pillar and left behind a formation that separated the two worlds, forming a separate world. That's how they separated. The heavenly pillar. Lone Moon turned to look behind him. The dilapidated gate to the demon world stood in the middle of a pile of rubble. A thought flashed across his mind. Could it be that the demon world fell into the immortal realm because of the Emperor Ascension stage? He turned to look at the others. Indeed, they had thought of this as well. The fog that had been shrouding their hearts just now dissipated in an instant. Shining said that the person behind the scenes who allowed them to transmigrate was to open the gate to the demon world. But this could have been done by anyone. Why would he cross worlds to find them? What's more, when they were at Invincible Sect, the gate to the demon world opened once, but nothing like this happened. What's more, after Shining came out, the gate mysteriously disappeared. This time, although the gate to the demon world had been closed, it had been standing there all along. In other words, opening the gate was secondary. The most important thing was where to open it. Obviously, the Emperor Ascension stage was his ultimate goal. It was not just to open the gate. He wanted to use the isolation array on the heavenly pillar to pull the demon world over and merge it with the immortal realm. How do you know about the heavenly pillar? Lone Moon glanced at him. They had only found out about the Emperor Ascension stage and the heavenly pillar not long ago. As for the isolation array, they had never heard of it before. This is what the demonic book says. The Demon King turned his hand and immediately retrieved a black talisman. He handed it over. This is a history book written by the previous demon kings of my race. Everyone in the demon world knows about it. History book. The demon race had such a hobby. Lone Moon took the talisman and subconsciously tried to activate it with his immortal chi. However, he found that he could not move it. The corner of his mouth twitched. He had no choice but to hand it over to Lan Hua. Lan Hua transferred a bit of demonic chi into the talisman. In the next moment, rows of black words appeared in front of him. The words, demonic book, were written on the first row. The smaller words below clearly stated, year 43,671 of the demonic calendar, I became a demon king. Hee hee. I decided to kill those bastards who laughed at me. Year 109,135 of the demonic calendar, I killed the previous demon king. From today onwards, I am your new demon king. Year 244,000 of the demonic calendar, I got bored being a demon king. I heard that there was an immortal world outside. I decided to go out and have some fun. Year 204,001 of the demonic calendar, the previous demon king was played to death by the divine race. I am the new demon king. Year **** of the demonic calendar, I went to the immortal world today and met Chui Hua. She's so beautiful. Hee, I want to marry the queen. I don't know how many years it has been in the demonic calendar. I heard that the perverts of the divine race fell out with the immortals. The heavenly pillar was broken. They even set up an isolation array. Ha, they deserved it. I told you not to let me see Chui Hua. I don't know how many years it has been in the demonic calendar. The demon world is sealed. I can't get out. My Chui Hua. Sob. I can't be bothered to count the years. For Chui Hua, I must open the gates to the demonic world. Chui Hua, wait for me. Demonic calendar, Shening, Lone Moon, Qing, Lan Hua, this is called a freaking history book. This is basically a diary written by the previous generations of demon kings. No. It's the New Year Crossing diary. And what the hell is with this casual tone? As demon kings, this is only the level of education they have. Don't they feel embarrassed to be spreading it around the entire demon race? Learn more about the 9 years of compulsory education. And what the hell is that Chui Hua who appeared so many times? Could it be that the person who recorded the diary is the former demon king of Little Black who planted a lot of spies in the immortal world in order to open the gates to the demonic world? So the reason why the demonic world wanted to invade the immortal world was to make it easier for the former demon king to fall in love. Degree, what a scam. At that moment, everyone felt a sense of humiliation. Suddenly, they did not want to ask any questions about the mastermind at all. What was going on? This guy was definitely not the one who transmigrated them. He definitely wasn't. Otherwise, it would be too freaking embarrassing. Chapter 220. The demon realm suddenly merged with the immortal realm, causing panic in the entire immortal realm. The demons had always been the common enemy of the immortal realm. It could be said that the two realms were born to oppose each other. Once the commotion stopped that day, many immortals went to the Emperor Ascension stage to investigate. Perhaps because of Little Black's strict control, the demon realm was very quiet. No demons suddenly appeared, so there was no fighting yet. But this investigation scared the immortals out of their wits. This was not just opening a demonic gate. The entire demon race had moved next door to them. The demons had always been ferocious. There were 10 sky fiends in the demon realm. Sky fiends were equivalent to celestial emperors. Now that the immortal realm had lost 2 celestial emperors, the opponent had an even stronger demon king. If they really fought, the entire immortal realm would be wiped out. In an instant, all the immortals near the Emperor Ascension stage had moved away. Everyone was panicking. The immortal and demon war was about to break out. Only the celestial emperors in the heavens beyond heaven remained calm. What was the demon king? They had the exalted gods. 3. The moment the celestial emperors received the news, they all thought of Shining. Thus, the radishes that had finally returned to their bodies turned around and gathered at Invincible Sect. Seeing the row of radishes at the foot of the mountain, no, the celestial emperors, Loneman's face darkened. Damn it, this group of freeloaders, are they done yet? They had not even paid for their lodgings last time. Great, they even added by tea to their list. Thus, he silently added another sum to the celestial emperor's loan book. Shining did not want to care about these radishes. She casually called Little Black over. Let them discuss their own affairs among themselves. Anyway, no one brought food for her. Perhaps it was because of Lan Hua, the demon, or because the Demon King's obedient appearance on the Emperor Ascension stage left a deep impression on the celestial emperors. The friendly discussion between the two sides went surprisingly smoothly. The celestial emperors did not dislike the Demon King much less fight over a disagreement. Everyone knew that this was not the situation of the immortal and divine realms. At that time, with the support of the heavenly pillar, the two realms were only separated by an upper and lower bunk, so they could still be independent. The demon world and the immortal world had already merged into one. It was equivalent to expanding from a 1.5-meter bed to a 2-meter bed. If they were separated, the entire thing would collapse. It was already a fact that the immortal world had become the same world of immortals and demons. Since there was no way to separate them, then they could only get along. Although the two realms were fused, there was a ready-made boundary. As long as one didn't deliberately cause trouble, there wouldn't be any major problems. The conflict between immortals and demons could not be avoided, so there was a need to set rules. The celestial emperors and demon kings discussed for a few days and finally settled on a treaty of peace and friendship between the immortal and demon realms. Basically, they would maintain the status quo before the fusion, where they would not invade or interfere with each other's internal affairs. In other words, they could do whatever they wanted in their own territory. Both sides had no objections to this. After discussing some details, the meeting was adjourned. The Demon King reported to Shining and then slipped away. The 8 imperial emperors, however, shamelessly stayed behind. What? Shining paused. Bo Si, E River, what's that? Exalted goddess. Chu Xian chuckled. He stepped forward and explained, Zi Chen is a demon and Xan Han has already perished. The Bo Si and Yi River are no longer protected by the Celestial Emperor. Naturally, someone has to take over. Then, with Exalted Goddess's cultivation level, you are naturally the best person to take charge of the two places. Moreover, the Bo Si and Yi River are connected, it's just right, also connected to the demon realm. Shining exposed him. Chu Xian, the imperial emperors, did she have to be so incisive? How were they supposed to continue with their conversation? +_+ Sect Master Shen. In the end, it was Chen Gu who braced himself and said, We do have the idea of letting you deter the demons, but the Bo Si and Yi Shui cannot be without an emperor for a long time. Otherwise, there will be chaos after a long time. That place is close to the demon realm. It's hard to guarantee that the demon realm will not be involved. That's right, exalted goddess. Chu Xian nodded vigorously. Currently, there are no immortals in the immortal realm who have cultivated to the celestial emperor level. We really have no other choice, that's why we're here. I'm not going. Shining slumped onto the chair. She rejected him instantly. Being an official was so troublesome. Father Nyo forced her to water the plants as a sect master every day. Would the celestial emperor still have time to eat? No way. Chu Xian paused. Exalted goddess, you don't have to say any more. She won't go. Lone Moon glanced at a certain sleepy foodie. What celestial emperor? In the end, all the work would still be pushed to him. We have enough people in Invincible Sect. If you really can't find anyone, why don't I recommend someone to you? Who? Of course it's Sun Shu. Without hesitation, he betrayed a certain someone for the second time. Didn't he become an immortal emperor recently? What's more, he's a sword immortal. In terms of cultivation, he's not weaker than the celestial emperor, right? Everyone thought about it carefully. That was true. Although there was a huge difference between an immortal emperor and a celestial emperor, sword cultivators were stronger than other cultivators. If he succeeded as celestial emperor, it would definitely convince the masses. But even if Sun Shu succeeded as celestial emperor, he could only take over one continent. Bai Ti reminded them. Sun Shu was only an immortal emperor after all. He could take over one continent, but if he took over the Bo Si and Yi Shui at the same time, the immortals would definitely be unhappy. What about the other continent? Why are you looking at me? Lone Moon rolled his eyes. I've already helped you find one. Can't you guys decide the other one by drawing lots? The celestial emperors fell silent. Just as they were about to recommend a few more people, a loud rumble came from outside the hole. Large amounts of immortal chi surged and filled the entire hole. It was so thick that it almost solidified. Everyone was shocked. One by one, they flew out of the hole. Only then did they realize that the sky had suddenly darkened. Thunderclouds filled the sky. The surrounding immortal chi was surging wildly towards the back of the hole. The oppressive pressure made even the celestial emperor's hearts palpitate. And in the center of the layers of immortal chi, Yi Qing held a plate of pastries in one hand and a rolling pin in the other. He stood in the center, looking lost. Yi Qing, this is your heavenly tribulation. Lone Moon immediately guessed what was going on. How can this be? Yi Qing looked up at the sky. Only then did he react. In a flash, he appeared in front of everyone. He hurriedly handed the plate in his hand to Shining. Master, your osmanthus cake. Oh, thank you for your hard work. Shining took it. He immediately turned to look at Lone Moon. Father Nyo, got it. Wasn't it just cooking? Every time the heavenly tribulation came, he had to say this. How annoying. Lone Moon immediately waved his hand to chase him away. Hurry up and leave. The lightning is about to strike. It will strike the sect. Yi Qing nodded. He turned and rode his sword into the distance. He even forgot to put down the rolling pin in his hand. Indeed, in less than 5 minutes, a dazzling bolt of lightning descended from the sky. It struck directly in Yi Qing's direction. Even the ground shook. Young Emperor Yi Qing has actually ascended. Congratulations. The celestial emperor's eyes lit up. They exchanged glances. Young Emperor Yi Qing seems to be a sword immortal too. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Damn it. He still couldn't avoid it. If he had known, he wouldn't have recommended Sun Shu. Young Emperor Lone Moon, it looks like the position of Celestial Emperor Sun Hai. Lone Moon's expression darkened. He pulled out the jade flute from his waist and said seriously, the Celestial Emperors are right. Since the candidates have been chosen, why don't we talk about something else? For example, the cost of your lodging in my invincible sect, water and electricity bills, the service fees for the disciples and so on. With that said, the flute in his hand shook and instantly turned into a white jade abacus. Damn it, you've created so much trouble for me. If I don't skin you alive, my surname isn't Nyo. The Celestial Emperors. Chapter 221. I Ching's heavenly tribulation came so suddenly that even he did not notice it. But too many things had happened in the past few years. Breaking the divine bell, fighting on the Emperor Ascension stage, and then the sect war. After fighting so many battles, even he could feel the opportunity to become an immortal emperor. It was normal for I Ching, the cheat, to be able to break through. But for some reason, his lightning tribulation this time seemed to be extra long, and the lightning tribulation in the sky was louder than the one before. Every strike seemed to break through the sky. The heavenly tribulation should have been over in 4 to 5 days, but now it dragged on for half a month. Lone Moon looked at the lightning in the sky and had a bad feeling. After the thunder tribulation, there were 36 desolate lights. However, for some reason, the desolate fire, which should have been fiery red, had turned into a purple heavenly flame. The sky was covered in purple light, and it burned for 6 days and 6 nights. Lone Moon was shocked and silently complained about the cheat. Such a strong heavenly tribulation, and yet he did not use any defensive measures, and just withstood it. A month later, the tribulation clouds in the sky finally dispersed, and I Ching returned. His Dharma robe was torn in several places, and his hair that used to be tied up was loose behind him. It was obviously messy and dispirited, but somehow harmonious. Especially the immortal chi around him was 10 times thicker than before, and just looking at him made one feel a faint pressure of a celestial emperor. Wait. Celestial emperor pressure. Lone Moon. Son of AB*TCH. Shining. Ha. I'm ready to talk to you about life, now, immediately, right now. Shining, I Ching, I Ching successfully became a celestial emperor and became the Bo Si Emperor. As the Human Resources Director of Invincible Sect, Lone Moon changed his previous attitude of declining and immediately decided to move the whole sect to the heavens beyond heaven, so quickly that the other emperors doubted their ears. To this, Lone Moon rolled his eyes, and made a lot of calculations. Nonsense, in the previous sect war, the palaces in the sect were almost destroyed, and could not be repaired. Where would they sleep if they did not move? And the only valuable immortal herb in the back mountain had almost died because of Lan Hua's demonic energy array. Therefore, after the disciples were done packing up the storehouse, they only needed to collect the immortal vein in the back mountain. The speed at which they moved was unimaginably fast. In less than an hour, more than 200 disciples had already set off in a grandiose manner. To save trouble, Lone Moon asked Lan Hua to tear open the void and open the teleportation array directly to the Bo Si Heavenly Palace, in the name of food expenses. Almost instantly, a large group of disciples appeared outside the Bo Si Heavenly Palace. The immortal official who had just received the news of welcoming the new Celestial Emperor. Greetings, greetings, Celestial Emperor. The immortal official who was guarding the door was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed to I Ching. The titular Celestial Emperor I Ching nodded nonchalantly. After all, he was only in charge of cooking. Lone Moon looked around and frowned. Where are the other immortal officials? Why are you the only one in the Elysium? During the month of Yi Qing's tribulation, he had crammed all the information about the Bo Si Heavenly Palace. Normally, there would be at least 6 mystic immortal officials guarding the Heavenly Gate. 2 months ago, the Celestial Emperors had already announced Yi Qing's succession to the Bo Si Celestial Emperor to the entire immortal realm, fearing that they would go back on their word. Just half an hour ago, he had also sent a message to the managing immortal official. No matter how fast they came, it was impossible that there would only be one person at the Heavenly Gate to welcome them. The immortal official's face paled. Something flashed across his eyes. He stuttered for a while but could not give a reason. Lone Moon's expression darkened. He released his young emperor's immortal pressure. Where is the managing immortal official in charge of the Heavenly Palace? The immortal official's face paled even more. His legs turned to jelly and he was about to speak when a smiling voice came from behind. The new Celestial Emperor has arrived. Pao Hui did not go out to welcome him. I hope the Celestial Emperor will not blame me. A person suddenly flew over from the right side of the Heavenly Gate. He had the cultivation of an exalted immortal and was dressed in the robes of an immortal official. He smiled kindly. He was clearly apologizing, but there was no hint of guilt in his tone. He bowed slightly towards Yi Qing and smiled even more brightly. I thought that the Celestial Emperor would need at least a month to arrive. I did not expect you to arrive so quickly. Pao Hui was not prepared in advance. I am sorry. He apologized profusely and stepped aside warmly, acting like a host welcoming guests. I will bring the Celestial Emperor to the Heavenly Palace now. It was not just Lone Moon. Even Yi Qing frowned. But he could not tell what the problem was. You are the managing immortal official in charge of the Heavenly Palace. That's right. The person smiled even more kindly. Where are the others? Pao Hui looked like he was in a difficult position. He did not know where to start. After a while, he sighed and said, Sigh, you may not know this. Now that the demonic world has appeared and this place is close to it. We have just lost Celestial Emperor Zi Qin. The immortal officials are already panicking and do not dare to stay in the Heavenly Palace. The new Celestial Emperor came in a hurry. I can't gather them in such a short time. Is that so? Lone Moon scanned him from head to toe, and his eyes turned cold. This reason was really reasonable. The smile on Pao Hui's face froze. He subconsciously avoided Lone Moon's gaze and continued to lead the way. New Celestial Emperor, please. Lone Moon did not ask further. He nodded at Yi Qing and led the group towards the Heavenly Palace. After flying for less than half an hour, Pao Hui suddenly stopped. He pointed at the majestic palace hidden in the clouds and said, New Celestial Emperor, this is the main hall of the Heavenly Palace. Celestial Emperor Zi Qin used to discuss matters here. With that, he turned and flew towards the palace behind without waiting for the group to react. He did not look like he was bringing them in. A while later, the same thing happened. New Celestial Emperor, this is the Purple Light Palace. It is where the emperors of the Bo Si meet. It's a pity that the country emperors did not make it here in time. Please forgive us, Celestial Emperor. New Celestial Emperor, this is the Yushin Pavilion. It is where the Heavenly Palace plants immortal herbs. But the immortal official guarding the pavilion is not here today. We can't enter for now. When the Celestial Emperor is free, you can come again. New Celestial Emperor, this is, Pao Hui led the group in a circle. It looked like he had visited every place, but he could find a reason to refuse to enter every place. Even a fool could tell that he was unhappy with Yi Qing, the new Celestial Emperor. Yet he had a smile on his face the whole time. He looked like he was thinking about them. It made them feel very frustrated. Yu Hong and the others wanted to refute him several times, but they were stopped by Lone Moon's eyes. Until they reached the innermost side hole. This is the treasure-seeking tower. It is the treasure house of the Bo Sea. It is the most important place in the Bo Sea Heavenly Palace. All the immortal treasures of the immortal meridian are here. There is an array set up by Celestial Emperor Ziqin. For the sake of the new Celestial Emperor's safety, it is better not to enter. With that said, he was about to turn and lead the group away. Lone Moon, who had been silent the whole way, suddenly stopped him. "Fellow immortal, you are wrong." Lone Moon smiled. "Since it is such an important place, the Celestial Emperor naturally cannot leave it alone. Don't you think so?" With that said, he turned to the side. I Ching. The next moment, a white light appeared in I Ching's hand. An immortal sword appeared in his hand. "Wait." Pao Hui's expression changed. He wanted to stop him, but it was too late. I Ching raised his hand and waved. A ray of sword chi appeared and attacked the palace that was heavily surrounded by array formations. There was a loud bang. All the array formations broke in an instant. The door of the immortal palace opened with a crash. "You!" Pao Hui's face was full of disbelief. He did not expect that they would suddenly break the array after a disagreement. Immortal official. Lone Moon gave him a smile that was even brighter than before. He said word by word, along the way, the immortals of the various palaces have either skipped work or failed to do their jobs. As the immortal in charge, since you cannot control the immortal officials, why don't you get someone else to do it? Yu Hong. Send the immortal officials out of the heavens beyond heaven. Yes. Humph. He had lived 2 lives. It had been a long time since someone gave him a knife to show his authority. Very good. This person from the Bo Sea Immortal Palace has successfully attracted my attention. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.